Oh, that's unfortunate. Hold on. Let me fix that. There we go. Alright, looks like we're good on YouTube. No worries, Nixon. Good to see ya. Good day, everyone. Let's see if Twitch is working now. For some reason it's not. It's literally saying it's live on Twitch. Quite literally saying it's live on Twitch. But the video's offline. That is so strange. Like, I fixed just about everything. It's literally saying live now. Yeah, I don't get it. But I don't want to delay streaming for too much longer. It's one of those things that, I don't know. It's just weird. It's strange. So, if anyone can hear me over on Twitch, if you're watching from Twitch, I think I only see one person. Just move over to YouTube. I'll have to fix this later on Twitch. See what's going on there. Sorry about that. It's just weird as fuck right now. I'm sorry. Going in blind? Yeah, I'm pretty much blind too. Okay, let's do this. Make sure my giant head doesn't mess up anything. I'm doing pretty good. It's not bad. Let's see. Oh, I am blocking some things. Hold on, my head's too big. What's not moving? That's so strange. It feels like Streamlabs is doing everything impossible to annoy me tonight. I guess the best thing I can do now is this. Let's deactivate. It's gone now. It's... Ooh, that's gonna be weird. I stay all night finishing this event. Hopefully it won't take all night. Yeah, okay. So, having a certified Streamlabs moment. It's not letting me configure the camera. Let me do one quick thing. I'll see if I can do this. See if I can just edit some numbers instead. Where is it? Let's see. Yeah, this is some bad news bears. Just get rid of the source, and then we will recreate camera. That way it stops being a nutcase. My head is gonna be giant for a moment. Hopefully it's just a moment. Yeah, that's a big ass head. My big old head. Hold on. There we go. Now can we move this please? Yes, we can do it. The technology, it works. There we go. That's a lot better. Whew. Why was that Mortal Kombat? That was so weird. Here. There. Alright, now we're good. G11 energy over here. Alright, now we can get started. We can get started now. That wasn't too bad. But dang. Prepare for the PTSD. Sounds good. Let's do it. After a night of rest and preparation, E.L.I.D 404 and the Survey Corps set off from their camp and head deeper into the contamination zone. The two parties travel across the rugged terrain of the wilderness in separate vehicles. With her motorbike secured to an external trailer, Nikolai drives her other three teammates in a jeep. This is E.L.I.D 404, making a routine check-in. Come in if you copy. Pressing the comms button near the dashboard, Nikolai connects to the encrypted comms channel. The voice of the communications officer speaks matter-of-factly through the speakers. This is the 3762nd Platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the URNC Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. That's a long-ass name. Receive. Go ahead. According to environmental data, we would be the first to reach the target settlement. Once we're there, we will follow the survey plan agreed upon this morning and start exploring the surrounding area with the settlement as the center. Due to the current environmental factors, our travel speed is expected to be reduced by 20%. Copy that. First Sergeant Dmitry also said. On the other end of the channel, The communications officer pauses for a moment, as if pondering something. First Sergeant Dmitry specifically instructed that you must keep at least one member connected to the regional comms channel to respond immediately to emergency commands. Roger, Boko. When the exchange is over, Klukai disconnects from the encrypted channel and gestures to Andrus to take over. I bet Dmitry was running his potty mouth again. What the heck do you even say? Even the comms officer had to take 2 seconds to translate it into a more diplomatic language. Most probably his usual gripes about us being rickety tin cans and a freaking waste of time. If he knows I'm a rickety tin can, then why is he being such a slave driver? Mekdi yawns and sprawls out across the back seat, laying her head on Andrus' lap. Andrus pulls a blanket over her in a thoughtful and tender gesture. Mekdi curls up comfortably and buries her head inside the blanket. First Sergeant Dmitry is a little foul-mouthed, but I don't think he's a bad person. I even saw him giving some children uppies at the settlement this morning. That doesn't change the fact that he scolded Big Sis Klukai. And you think too kindly of people, Andrus. You think so? Oh, Leader Klukai. Connection established. We have comms. Plug it into the speakers of the Jeep. Remember to turn off the microphone on our end. Alright. Oh. Suddenly Russian. We are the successors of Fida the Great, defending the comrades Hammer and Sickle. We are the defenders of victory, given the red stars of the motherland. The moment the channel is plugged in, loud singing in some strange regional accents start blaring from the speakers. Mekdi, originally wrapped inside the blanket, jolts awake and pokes her head out like a groundhog. Turn the volume down. Wow, hard to say which is nicer. This or the howls of E.L.I.Ds. Is it me, or are they getting their lyrics all mixed up? Also, some of them clearly don't even know the song and are just humming along tunelessly. Well, I just ran a search on the main melody, and this appears to be a song that was very popular among the Neo-Soviet troops during World War III. The lyrics are basically a call to arms that encourages soldiers to rise against the enemy and defend their country and people. I know Klukai might love it. Hey Jadon. Cecily recruited Klukai before her banner ran out. That's great. That's good. Very good. However, after the Neo-Soviet Union announced its entry into the URNC, as more soldiers from other countries were integrated into the military forces, most mainstream military songs were replaced with ones in the more common language and have more well-known tunes. And this particular song is rarely ever sung nowadays. Basically talking about the disintegration of the Neo-Soviet Union after they got absorbed into URNC. Does this mention your local database? Since we're operating within Neo-Soviet territory this time, I thought I'd do some research on the area. I have the storage space for it. I know it's supposed to be a stirring song, but to make it sound so comical. It's so grating on the ear, I actually want to disable my auditorium module. Equally perturbed, Klukai turns on the microphone with a scowl. This is Hide 404. Cease your noisy antics immediately and stay vigilant. This is the yellow zone. It could be danger at any moment. The boisterous soldiers quiet down for a moment, but they soon return to their racist ways. Hey, this is a military song. How can you call it noise? These songs motivate and unite us. Don't you feel anything at all when you listen to the music? No. Also, your chorus lacks unity in tone, rhythm, and lyrics. I don't see how this promotes any sense of unity. Sheesh, we're not professional vocalists. What does this rickety bucket of bolts know? Dmitry's cursing interrupts Larian's reply. We sing wherever the hell we want. How is that any of your business? Just so you know, we're not machines. So don't go judging us on your stupid mechanical standards. Singing is about feelings. What's the point of keeping in tune like you electronic speakers? You. Leader Kukai. Andorus mutters softly to stop Kukai from losing her temper. You're right. You can sing whatever you want, but please turn off your microphones and keep the channel quiet in case any important transmission get lost. I will naturally tell them to pipe down when an order comes through. You have no business telling us what to do. Then we will exit the current channel and come in again when the need arises. I just had someone relay my instructions, didn't I? One of you must remain online at all times. That's an order. Do I need to repeat myself? Fine. Bit too sentimental? He's very sentimental, just not all the way. Not for everyone. Dmitry does not bother to hide his smugness as he laughs. Don't just sit there. Where were we? Keep singing. Stop acting like you're being starved, or I'll make you get off the jeep and walk the whole way. The tuneless singing resumes. Kukai turns off the speakers on board in annoyance. Baka, put on your headset. You're in charge of monitoring the comms channel. Me? No! I want to chat with you! First of all, we're currently on a mission, so I have no time for idle chit-chat. Secondly, Andorus has to gather real-time intel. As for Mekdi, if we leave this to her, we won't even know the soldiers are all dead. Yeah, better not leave it to me. In fact, don't bother waking me up ever. Hold on, so you're basically saying that Belka is more useful, more important than Mekdi, right? You can understand it that way. I will complete the mission, I promise. Ah, what a dedicated sister. Sitting up Rinrod straight in the passenger seat, Belka puts on the headset somberly, as if she is monitoring information of critical importance. Having regained her peace and quiet, Mekdi retreats back into the comfort of her blanket. Kukai floors the gas in exasperation. Hey Nacho, how's it going? Andorus, keep an eye on the situation and report anything immediately. Understood. Judging from the video feed from the drone, it should be safe for now. Still, Leader Kukai. Andorus is wearing her calm smile, but she lets off a soft sigh. Mornings in the yellow zone are much more desolate than in the green zone. Kukai makes no answer. The jeep continues to speed along the deserted wilderness. Suddenly, E.L.I.D. And I thought I'd be able to have a good nap this time. These E.L.I.Ds are being too much. Do they not need to sleep? You better wake up. It's time for battle. Fine, fine, I get it. Reduced to electronic speakers. So yeah, I end up getting Mech D as well. She's actually really solid. Do E.L.I.Ds need sleep? Probably not. Actually, no, they don't. I know for sure. So, quick note, I got Mech D and her weapon and 90 pulls total. So I got really lucky. That's really good because Mech D's weapon is meta. If you can get her weapon and you're maining a corrosion team, you do want Mech D's weapon. It's the most important thing for the corrosion team, or the most important upgrade for the corrosion team. Just throwing that out there. After fighting off the E.L.I.Ds encountered on the way, 404 presses on with their journey. Leader Kukai, we will arrive at the target settlement in approximately 2 hours. The Mosin rifle too feels bad. According to our current intel, there are about 60 residents at the settlement, though this figure was recorded 2 years ago. The environment here... Yeah, 140 is about average, so that's really solid. Andres peers outside the window and tries to ignore the conclusion her neural cloud has come to. It's very impressive that they have managed to keep living under such harsh conditions. Yeah, we should be prepared. The environmental data here is very much not up to date, so we can run into unexpected circumstances at any time. And look up that invalid back there. Sure. Despite what she just said, Andres does not wake Mech D and simply lets her turn to her other side and continue sleeping. Aka, any news from the Survey Corps? Oh, she's singing the Russian song. She got used to it. Leaning against the window and focus on the comms channel, Belka clearly has not heard Kukai's question. As her jeep rocks back and forth as it travels across the bumpy terrain, Belka's lips move softly as she hums intermittently, her bright green hair bouncing in time with the rhythm. Belka here. What do you need, big sis Kukai? What do I need? I told you to stay on the line with the Survey Corps. What the hell are you doing? Should I send you to perform the non-military force administration concert? Noticing Kukai's displeasure, Belka sticks out her tongue apologetically. It's because they keep singing the song. I've been listening to it for so long. It's kind of an earworm. Stay focused on the job. Let me tell you again. Okay, big sis. Your thing? I like their relationship. Well, I like how it is now. Obviously back in the past it wasn't good at all. But nowadays it's a lot better. It's a lot more comical. A lot more chill. With a loud rumble, the makeshift fortress temporarily converted from an old building shakes violently. The exposed and bent steel structure lets out a screech. The smoke and dust cause the soldiers lying on the ground to cough uncomfortably. The young soldier firing wildly through the hole in the wall quickly falls back and wipes the soot off his teeth, revealing his features. Oh, we're in the past now? Young Dmitry gasps frantically for breath. Ooh, and he's young. What a lady killer, damn. Hey, pull yourselves together. Our reinforcements will be here in a bit. But Dima, we're almost out of ammo. One more push from the enemy will probably... Oh no, he's hot. Voice Frontline now. Yeah, I bet China's going Wee! Before the soldier can finish, more gunshots and explosions resound beyond the fortress. They immediately drop to the ground. Don't give me any of that. Remember what our squad leader said? Pessimism is the worst thing in the battlefield, because it only serves to make us die faster. But the squad leader himself is already... The soldier glances at a corner obscured in shadow. A burly man is slumped there, with dark crimson fluid dripping from his pierced forehead. The fluid has started to congeal, but half his body is already soaked. His eyes are half open, but utterly devoid of life. He died in assault when dawn was near, probably from trying to determine if there were reinforcements in the distance through his binoculars. Ooh, wow. Yeah, he didn't get a chance to fight then. And just as the sky was tinted white, the one who was searching for hope fell before the door, leading to a brand new day. You know, I miss my mother. She was always trying to talk to me out of enlisting. This is the first time I got sent to the battlefield, and I thought I would go home in triumph. But just before I set off, she told me our cow got stolen a few days ago. That was the very last cow we had. Perhaps through the fear, the young soldier's speech becomes increasingly incoherent, and his gun hand is shaken violently. The weapon that is supposed to bring courage is now nothing more than a lifeless piece of scrap metal. Welcome to the Neo-Soviet Union. Do you want a rifle or ammo? Too bad to get a rifle. 5 of you can share. Dmitry looks at him restlessly, then turns his attention to the other suffering soldiers, but most of them simply stare back at him with despair in their eyes. The incessant gunfire from beyond the fortress is generating thick, choking smoke. They have been defending this position for a week, but there is no sign of reinforcements. The soldiers no longer harbor any hope of survival. You should ask her to buy a new cow with your house, with your bonus. Wow. He couldn't look any more like a nerd. Nikolai? Not faring much better than the others, the soldier named Nikolai seizes an opportunity in the enemy's fire and dives behind a heavy machine gun mounted by the wall. He promptly pulls out an ammo belt from a nearby box. You hear the gunshots out there? After securing a few loose bullets on the belt, he feeds it to the machine gun and confirms that the weapon is in order. Nobody answers him. Explosions erupt continuously in the distance. Bomber planes whiz past them overhead, and the air raid siren is deafeningly loud. The intensity of the dense gunfire pales in comparison to the cacophony all around. That's the sound of our comrades of the Neo-Soviet Union marching onward. The Neo-Soviet Union will not falter here, nor will I. Our motherland lies behind us. As long as she stands, I will not yield. Nikolai speaks softly, but the resoluteness in his voice pierces through the miasma of hopelessness in the fortress. During the reload break, Nikolai slings the rifle off his soldier and tosses over to Dmitry. What's this? I got a gun. That rifle's from my old man. It has much better specs than your standard issue guns. Use it. Good man. Your father must have been quite something to be able to get his hands on this beaut. Yeah. We've got no time to talk. The next wave of attacks is about to begin. Dmitry raised the rifle in his hands, then shakes off the nerves off himself, and turns to his other comrades. Listen up, you lots! The squad leader said that reinforcements are on the way. If we make it through, the future will be ours. So hold on tight to your guns. We can stand our ground as long as we don't let the storm in here. Under Dmitry and Nikolai's leadership, the young soldiers once again mustered their resolve and started preparing for another round of defense and counterattack. That's more like it. Our dog tags are be proudly displayed upon us next to our medals, not buried in some pitiful mass grave. That's cool. Yeah, they really are unsupplied, yeah. Gotta use your dad's equipment. The impassioned cries in his memory blend into the alarm sounding in the present. Dmitry hurriedly stuffs a dog tag back into his pocket. There is no future. First Sergeant Dmitry, E.L.I.D spotted. 404 has engaged them. Here they come again. There's no end to these bastards. Give them a long-range support. Don't let the E.L.I.Ds get close to the main force. Yes, sir. Alright, in assist mode. Hey, over there. Something feels off about them. Received. Now stops a new combat zone. Let's see. I don't know either. Just kind of popped up. I love that grenade. I love that MacD's victory stance is her literally falling asleep standing up. Tide 404 arrives at the target settlement. The old and dilapidated walls are eroded from years of exposure to wind and sand, and the smell of decay permeates this modestly sized settlement. Maybe they simply moved away. I just double-checked with the Survey Corps. They will investigate the settlement itself, while we're in charge of looking at the surrounding area with within a radius of 500 meters. For efficiency's sake, let's split into two groups and fan out in the opposite directions. I'll pair up with me, of course. Without waiting for Kukai to finish, Bucka quickly slithers to her side. That's so adorable. Fine, but don't do this again. You must obey my orders. Nice. Since I'm with Endurus, I can... No slacking off. Endurus, make sure she stays on the job, or you can join her in extra drills when we get back. Bucka and I are heading east. You two head west. Get in touch if there's any problem. And let's go. Kukai and Bucka began their search near the settlement. Big sis Kukai, I found something. Come and have a look. Kukai frowns as she peers over at Becca, who is bouncing up and down and waving at her. But she still circles around a boulder and heads towards her. We're on a mission here. Stop behaving like a rabbit on an Easter egg hunt. I found an important clue and couldn't wait to show you. It better be important. If you show me another backpack half-chewed by E.L.I.Ds, body pillow of some virtual idol, or dud landmine buried by some bounty hunter, you know what kind of punishment awaits you. It really isn't any of that. Just take a look. There's some really suspicious looking, what should I call it? Installation art? Belka leads Kukai over to where several strange rock piles lie exposed on the ground. The dark rocks are scattered all over, their unnatural edges and jutting corners giving them an ominous air. The main structure shows signs of external damage. This isn't what they originally looked like. You're right, but I found even more important clues. Right here. Belka walks through the scattered rocks and stops by another pile. Look, Big Sis Kukai. These ones are half buried in the ground, like some kind of foundation. Indeed. The type of rock is quite common in the yellow zones, but due to its hardness and brittleness, it is rarely ever used as building materials. Since they're appearing in rich density here, these rocks were very possibly gathered here deliberately. The Paradise? Or did the residents here find some special use for these rocks and left them behind? Hard to say at the moment. In any case, take some photos and send them over to Leva. Ask her to look into them. Okay. So, Big Sis Kukai. Seeing Belka's please shower me with praise, says, Kukai sighs in defeat. Your discovery was not entirely useless this time. I got praised. That's like the smallest bit of praise, like a little bit, but it means everything. Now, wipe that dumb grin off your face. Get on with the search if you're done sending the photos. Give me a minute. No, I'll have it done in 30 seconds. Kukai and Belka continue with the investigation along their planned route, but they find nothing else noteworthy. Big Sis Kukai, there doesn't seem to be much else here. Why don't we head back? Oh, the survey corps just sent the news. They provided us at the settlement and started their survey there. Belka is really cute. I like her a lot, actually. I even liked her back in Frontline 1, but she didn't have a lot of screen time. I'm glad they've given a lot more here. So send them a response. Tell them 404 is about to wrap up on our end. We'll rendezvous with them at the settlements and decide on our next steps. Roger. Big Sis Kukai, look at the white smudge on that rock over there. It seems to be Mekti? Has their search already taken them here? That dumbass will sleep anywhere. Belka grins widely as she clutches Kukai and march angrily ahead. Ooh boy, Mekti, you pissed off Big Sis Kukai off big time. Not even Andres can save you now. Is she jealous of Mekti? I think she's jealous of Mekti. Then I'll just have to win Big Sis' heart with my astounding performance. As Kukai approaches the large rock, she realizes that Mekti isn't actually dozing on it, as she initially thought. In fact, Mekti is perched on top of it to study a jeep covered in sand, and that's behind the rock. Andres is also peering inside the vehicle through the window. I can't really see anything from above either, Andorus. And we'll have to contact leader Kukai. You better get down first, Mekti. What are you doing? Startled by Kukai's voice, who is climbing off the rock, loses her footing, and slides right off, landing on her backside. Holy crap! What just popped out of nowhere behind me? Jump scares are the most cliched of cliches. Even horror games these days don't resort to such cheap tricks. Cut the crap. What are you two doing hovering around this jeep? Leader Kukai, we discovered an abandoned vehicle here. Judging from the amount of accumulated sand, it has been here for at least half a month. Also, we found this on the vehicle. Kukai circles over to Andor's side and spots a familiar logo on the wiped down front door. The Jeep is covered in bullet holes and scratches. Isn't that the logo of the Urine and Sea Purification Project Survey Corps? Yes, we tried to open the doors, but they're jammed, probably because of the impact the vehicle has sustained. Considering the fact that this may be relevant to First Sergeant Dmitry's mission, we decided against breaking in the doors by force and tried to look inside through the windows. But the windows are covered in one-way film, so we can't tell what's in there. Right, that's fine. Belka, don't just stand there. Contact the Survey Corps and get them to send someone over. Huh? Oh. Okay. Disappointed by the way things have turned out. Of course you are. Belka contacts the Survey Corps and informs them of 404's discovery. Big sis, I sent them the coordinates. They said they'll be here shortly. Good. Mekti, force the door open. Andres will record the whole process just so everything is clear. Making me do the hard physical work again? Despite her complaints, Mekti still walks up to the vehicle and takes aim at the lock. We let the crew back in our jeep. Can I just shoot this? Sure. The rest of you stand back. Don't get hurt. Here I go, okay? With a burst of gunfire, the lock is penetrated by the bullets. Done. The rest is all up to you then. Wake me up when it's time to leave. Nikolai pulls the door open, and something dark immediately tumbles out. It's the corpse of a man. The hands are clutching on a gun tightly. His army uniform is covered in a large patch of dark brown, especially around the abdominal area. It's the uniform of the Survey Corps. Oh, there are 2 others in the jeep. Judging from the crystallization on their wounds, the time of death must have been more than 2 weeks ago. Andres tries her best to steal her neural cloud as she takes in the pockmarked vehicle and the stains in the interior. She's never seen such a grisly sight in the green zone. The bloodstain suggests that they died from severe blood loss after being injured and taking refuge here. This is starting to make me wonder when Andres joined Hyde 404. I guess we'll figure that out when she becomes available. He's still gripping his weapon, so they were on the lookout till the very end. Also, the vehicle's age. Andres scrambles to gather all the information available, but she cannot stop her voice from wavering. Andres, go wake Mekti. Understood. Sorry. And thank you, Leader Kukai. Belka watches Andres with some concern. Big Sis Kukai, is Andres okay? Is she gonna crash again? That's alright. She was a civilian doll. It'll take some time for her to get used to the world we inhabit. Okay, so she's like really fresh. That's what it sounds like. She's like really fresh. Yeah, the green zones and the yellow zones are so different. Sometimes they do feel like 2 entirely separate worlds. All human habitats used to live in places like the green zone and white zones, right? Taking in Becco's unease, Kukai ponders for a moment, Then somebody gives out a piece of advice. Don't let Andre's sentimentality get to you. The past has nothing to do with us. The human's current predicament also has nothing to do with us. I understand, Mrs. Fukai. Yeah, sounds like she has, in the earlier hide, that she saw something bad in blue screen. Yeah. Extract the remaining 2 bodies from the jeep and see if you can find anything else. Wait! The soldiers of the Survey Corps have arrived at the scene. Dmitry walks up to the jeep and takes a look. Fukai backs up 2 paces to keep some distance between Dmitry and herself. We'll take it from here. You lot, get the 2 bodies out of the jeep. Be careful with them. After giving the order, Dmitry circles around the jeep and studies it closely with another subordinate in tow. The jeep is covered in bullet holes and dented on one side, probably caused by scraping against some natural land and feature. License plate number has been confirmed. The vehicle belonged to the EMIA unit. Okay, so this unit was missing for a while, it seems like, and they were looking for him. Due to the extent of the decomposition and the missing dog tags, the bodies in the vehicle are yet to be identified. Dmitry calmly voices all of his observations, while the soldier next to him jots them down one by one. At this moment, there is no sign of Dmitry's former temper and surliness. His features are marked by the composure and maturity of a veteran on the battlefield. Finally, he returns to the front of the vehicle and watches as his subordinates extract the corpse trapped in the back seat. Found anything at the settlement? Yes, dead bodies, infected with E.L.I.D, and gnawed to bits by E.L.I.D. And your people? No, there's ordinary civilians, but dressed in weird robes. Got any visual records? That's enough. I'm not obligated to report my progress to you. Dmitry has not raised his voice, but his impatience is apparent. Paying no more attention to Fukai, he walks off and calls his superior to his communicator. This is the 60-second platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under UNSC Containment Zone Management and Recovery Administration. I swear to God, if this was real life, no one would say all that in one go. Like, that's just a lot. No one in the military would say that much. We would abbreviate it. First Sergeant Dmitry checking in to give a schedule update. Received. What's the situation? Our survey mission is still underway. As per our orders, we have discovered a vehicle registered to 1364th Platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps, which was declared MIA, along with the remains of 3 soldiers. Lay them to rest properly. They are martyrs who gave their lives for the future of Readthrough. Ah, it's that word. That dreaded word. Understood. In addition, sir, I must once again recommend withdrawing my platoon for now and only resuming the mission when reinforcements arrive. Reason being, all 3 of the soldiers found died from gunshot wounds. Their vehicles clearly bears the Survey Corps insignia, and the soldiers are in their uniforms. Bounty hunters or even the Viagers would not engage them in a direct confrontation under normal circumstances. I believe there may be some undocumented forces at work in this area. There's a high possibility that this was a targeted attack. The silence on the other end of the line makes Dmitry restless. Sir, I am not saying this out of cowardice, but we have encountered far more complications on this mission than expected. First Sergeant Dmitry, there are no gun regulations in the yellow zones. An attack on 3 men is not enough evidence to support your claim. Besides, resources are scarce where you are, so Rager's operating this area are very likely to be targeting straggling vehicles of the Survey Corps and plunder military supplies. Sir, do you even know what you're saying? First, Sergeant Dmitry, continue with your mission. That's an order. Blindly following orders will only hinder the progress of the mission. The entire 1364th platoon is declared MIA, and I've already lost a third of my own platoon. I can't guarantee the success of this mission unless we set off after joining up with our reinforcements. You can't stop. We're not afraid to die, but I don't want to pointlessly squander my men's lives over some shitty plan. Watch your tongue if you don't want to place soldiers and the entire company in even more danger. Our survey is already progressing much slower than other areas, and a significant portion of our men were from the same place. The Readthrough Survey Corps is the last refuge we have. Our fall from grace wasn't caused by losing the war. Oh, our fall from grace wasn't caused only by losing the war. And there is more at stake here than some short-term resource allocation and personal assignments. Dmitry falls silent. URNC insignias on his teammate's uniform around him are suddenly quite an eyesore. And here, he thought he had already gotten used to the change. Train some Discord chats. Ah, that's good. Alright. This conversation ends here, continuing with your mission. I'm dispatching the nearest troops to give you some backup. They'll get here ahead on the original schedule. Oh, sorry. They'll get there ahead of the original schedule. After a brief pause, the warrant officer adds, "Stay sharp. I will await your safe return." So, did he argue all that in front of Fukai? Because I feel that'd be out of character if he did. Just saying. After the call ends, Dmitry stows his communicator away in silence. The bulky and stuffy protective suit is getting suffocating. A soldier who has been waiting for him to finish the call walks up to him. "Sir, the remains of all 3 soldiers have been removed from the jeep. We haven't inspected them yet." "Right. I'll go take a look." By the time Dmitry returns to the jeep, he has already gained his composure. The Delta High 404 and the soldiers of the Survey Corps are standing around the corpses. "Sir, we have finished making all the necessary visual documentation. Should we begin the inspection?" "Let me do it." The soldiers move aside to make space for Dmitry. He solemnly approaches and squats down by the bodies. He rummages through their clothing thoroughly, taking great care to also scrape away the collapsed crystals formed on the wounds. His hands move efficiently, but with gentle respect. "Where are the dog tags?" After a lengthy search, he finally fishes out 3 pieces of paper covered in stains from their pockets. "Salvage any usable supplies and bury the remains. And keep some of their personal belongings that won't take up much space. Their families deserve to know." Dmitry falls back several paces and moves over to the jeep, then lays all the scrunched up pieces of paper that he just found on the hood of the vehicle. Fukai and Andres huddle in for a closer look. Dmitry shoots them a glare, but does not stop them. "They're all the same?" "Yeah. There are a lot of markings. Could these be maps? But then again, they don't have key elements you find on maps. Also, these numbers and the word origin. What origin? Andrea studies the numbers next to the markings on the pieces of paper. It doesn't make sense as coordinates either. These are in military code, as if we just let you read such sensitive information. So you know what these mean? Nikai's question has obviously touched a raw nerve, as Dmitry immediately flies into flustered rage. Keep your noses out of this. All communications between units are encrypted with our own unique cipher to prevent intel from being leaked. The railway forces are just temporarily seconded, so it's natural that we don't know the Deciphering core cipher. Unable to make head or tails of the notes, Dmitry puts them away for now. Okay, he doesn't even know what they are. I don't know why he's getting mad, bro. I just say you don't know. You're a Soviet, it's okay. All three of them have a separate copy of their persons, so it must contain some very important information. I'm well aware of that. Goes without saying. Dmitry discusses Nikai's observation. He checks the time and looks up at the sky, then checks to address his subordinates. I don't think Nikolai was there. I envisioned this scene as he was away from the group during the call. Pretty sure that's what happened. Yeah, I just didn't know like how far away 404 was, because they were still at the bodies. So, and he was yelling too. So I would have at least imagined that they overheard something, but I guess they didn't. It's getting late. Get a move on and get this place cleaned up. We'll set up camp at a settlement tonight. This isn't exactly a place for a place of peace and tranquility. Starting tonight, we're doubling the numbers of sentries in each shift. Also, I just asked over comms. Our reinforcements are already on their way. Just hang in there for a bit longer. Once we link up with them and finish the job, we can kiss this shitty life goodbye. When we get back to the Great Wall Railway, promotions and pay rises await you. Alright, so they're all dead, right? Yes, sir. Like, that's like a big red crimson flag there for, like, literally everyone. Dmitry is relieved to see that his subordinates' morale has not suffered too much. Just as he's about to leave, Nikolai speaks up. Dmitry. What? Get out of the way. Nikolai jabs a thumb to the side. What do you want to say? Just say it right here. There are no dot tags on all three bodies. Are you sure you want to have this discussion here? Dmitry raises an eyebrow. Under his mask, obviously. He walks off to the side and gestures for Nikolai to follow him. Did the dot tags found on the Bujam belong to them? But the remains show no sign of having been gnawed. It's always but with you. There's danger everywhere in the yellow zones. Losing your dot tags isn't that unusual. From what I know, soldiers cling to their dot tags even in death. What do you tin cans know? Just do your job and mind your own business. Clearly unwilling to continue the conversation, Dmitry storms off. Looks like Mr. Dmitry is still not ready to face the truth. He's still trying to delude himself even when such an obvious problem is staring him in the face. He's shirking his duties. You may be too harsh on him, Leader Kukai. So what do we do now? Are we also setting up camp nearby? Yeah. I'll check out the settlements. Then I'll get in touch with Leva. Kinda agree? I fully agree with Kukai. Remind Mekti and Belka to keep their mouths shut about parodies. Yeah, it's not good at all. Obviously, I get it. He is actually an emotional person, deep underneath. He just has a, you know, it's like the typical soldier thing. Don't show your emotions in front of anyone. Keep them all hidden away, just so that you can remain strong as a leader. But when you get too irrational, that can spell death for everyone anyways. So him not willing to listen is probably going to be a big, huge thing. At night, most of the Survey Corps soldiers have already turned in. A few who are on sentry duty and the dolls of Hyde 404 work together to patrol the area surrounding the settlement. Unable to go to sleep, Dmitry takes out the dog tags again. Flashback time. Let's do it. Hey, Nikolai, ogle up. Ogle up. Open up. Dmitry knocks on the door to a room in the dorms. His grin widens as he sees his friend. Don't spoil! Nikolai freezes for a second before letting him in. Keep it down. Have you forgotten the rules? Oh, come on. Dmitry plunks himself down on an empty bed, while Nikolai sits down by the desk in the center of the room and picks up the book he was in the middle of reading. Principles of Informatics. Still reading physical books in this day and age? What a freaking nerd. I know, right? It's like it was all over his face. He's like stereotypical nerd, like from top to bottom. But somehow he's still a badass, so I guess that still works out. But that's good. Machines can't be trusted. He was also a racist back then. The droids that we used to serve with us on the battlefield even recognized us after their authorizations got rewritten when the UNSC army took over. I think I took a liking to that little surveillance drone and even treated it like a pet. Same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing, yeah. I just don't know when that happened. I want to say it was actually later on though, so I'm wondering how he became how he disliked machines even back when he was young. Because I assume this is like 10 years ago. Dima, not so loud. Fine, I'll drop my voice. Dmitry takes in the empty dorm room and slaps the wooden bed frame absent-mindedly. You're the only one left in this room, eh? Yeah, the last one left last night. Retired from service and went home. What about you? Do what I gotta do. Nikolai scribbles a mark on his book. You seem awfully blasé about this. General Carter's fall must have affected your family, surely? Yeah, it's not anything out of ordinary for an old man to step down. Stepping down. Sure, that's what happened. Why are you here? You didn't just show... You didn't come just to show your concern about my family, did you? I came because of this. Dmitry pulls a piece of paper out of his pocket and gives it a wave. Nikolai grows still. A transfer order. Stamped this morning. I'm going to Bratton. I'm going to spend a few years on the border. Then God knows where to send me next. With your rank, you could have applied to stay. Staying doesn't seem like it's such a good idea. I'd rather be exiled along with my brothers. I hear they're going to build something called the Great Wall Railway, and will be the reserve garrison force. It sounds pretty tough, but now that I think about it, there'd be plenty of opportunities to turn and eat profit. Then, when I get fortune, I'll take my brothers, leave the army, and start a business. You don't want to serve anymore? Guess not. No point. I used to head onto the battlefield with some sort of ideal. Now that General Carter is gone, and his followers in the KCCO are gone, I don't see the point in staying. This has nothing to do with our duty as soldiers. No? So, what are we fighting for when nobody's left? Ghost? As long as we've sworn to protect are still there, we will remain soldiers, no matter where we're deployed. Dima. There's nothing wrong with being stationed on the border, but you mustn't let yourself loose. Hearing the disapproval in Nikolai's words, Dmitry's jaunty smile slowly disappears. Nikolai, I came to say goodbye, not to argue with you. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just telling the truth. Truth, my ass. Stop lying to yourself. Nobody gave a damn about the brothers who died, and those who somehow managed to survive were either demoted, dismissed, or even got court-martialed. Yeah, so I'm assuming this is literally right at the polarized slide. That's probably the best point for when this should happen. They let small fries and non-core forces like us keep our ranks, but send us to marginalized departments like as so-called reassignments. In the race, Dmitry marches up to Nikolai, tears off his dog tag, and throws it down on the desk in front of his friend. And take a look at this. A soldier's dog tag is our only proof identity on the battlefield. What happened? They changed everything. The design, my unit number, even my service number. Do you think the person listed on this dog tag is still me? This is just a form of identification. You are you, Warrant Officer Dmitry. Get real. Warrant Officer Dmitry would only ever serve as the Neo-Soviet Union, but from now on, it won't be the Neo-Soviet Union anymore, but the Neo-Soviet Union district under UNSC. Okay, so it's after Frontline 1. It's not after Polarized Light. So I wonder if they did arrest afterwards as well. Like once they came to UNSC, maybe they just went full ham. Especially considering it has to still be canon that General Carter did in fact mount the attack against Frankfurt. That still has to be a thing. So it's probably after that too. It's over for General Carter. It's over for the Neo-Soviet Union. It's over for our dreams. Dmitry pants heavily as he glares at his friend, but Nikolai simply gazes earnestly back at him, his face still utterly calm. Anyway, I have enough talking about ideals. I just want to protect myself and those around me, so that we can eke out a living in this godforsaken world. You should look out for yourself. They're already going after General Carter's followers. If you stay, they'll surely give you a hard time. Things could end badly for you. Don't let a dead dream drag you into an early grave. I like that line. Actually, it's pretty good. Carter was leader of the Neo-Soviet Union. He was in the military for the Neo-Soviet Union. He led the special forces. Yeah. And the special forces did a lot of bad stuff in Frontline 1. Basically, a good amount of people were, a good amount of the government in both Russia and Germany were trying to stop him for a while. And the commander was a big reason why General Carter got caught. Dmitry puts away his dot tag stiffly. Didn't they also launch a major attack against a bunch of PMCs too? Yes. They launched a bunch of attacks and they decimated basically everyone except Griffin. Griffin was the only one who actually stood a chance against them. And even they got hit pretty hard. There, I said my piece. I'll get going then. When Dmitry reaches the door, Nikolai, who had been silent this whole time, calls out to him. Just another guy that the that has a commander in his hit list. Yeah, he's dead though. At least he should be. We don't know if they changed that, but as the girls from line 1 is concerned, he's dead. Thinking that his friend wants to make peace with him, Dmitry's voice softens. But when he looks back, he sees Nikolai standing ramrod straight, pointing at his chest. Ask yourself in here, you genuinely believe that? He was kind of based though, if only he did not destroy most of our dolls. I would say Jaeger was kind of based. I wouldn't say General Carter is based. Like, the only two KCCO members that I like was Jaeger and Quartz. And Quartz, literally because he had main character energy against the actual main character M4. That's about it. Like, I don't know what was up with Quartz, but he did everything that was impossible against M4, and he got the job done. I don't even like that he did it, but I respect him for it. Like, it literally should not work out that way. Literally. But he did it. Dmitry finds himself back in the present. He looks down at the dog tag that used to belong to Nikolai. Then at the soldiers sleeping deeply not far from him. Some of them are comrades in arms who served the Neo-Soviet Union along him on the battlefield, while others are rookies who enlisted with lofty ideals. Yet here they are, all huddled together in the ruins of an abandoned settlement on this night. Was Quartz a coastal cannons guy? Yeah. Yes. He lets out another sigh and stows the dog tags away. Yeah, he had the that badass line. He's like, dolls will never stand up to the spirit of humans. Like something like that. Like something really badass. That this random fucking NPC just made this really badass line. It's like, wait, who the fuck are you? At least that belief has kept me alive and kicking. Yeah, he just had like some super main character energy. Then he died, but he got the job done. Now, the only thing that I don't like is that it literally should not happen. Like, that whole portion between M4 and Quartz, that should not have happened. Like, 100%. He should have died, like, almost immediately. To be honest. That's the only thing I don't like. But, if I forgive that, it's a really badass scene. Target limited, moving forward. Yay, I can finally go back and lie down. Beep, 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 beep. At least they stood for something, yeah. After fending off the E.L.I.D that attacked them along the way, Nikolai walks aside while the team is resting up and answers a call from Leva with obvious displeasure. You're calling 10 whole hours later than you're supposed to. Does the Nampa administer this time? Does the Nampa administer their time? Oh my, don't be so grumpy right off the bat. I have a lot of serious business to attend to, you know. It's quite understandable that I can't always check in with you on time. Rules and regulations of High 404 members. Calls and meetings. Article 24. In the event of emergency, participants must be informed of the cancellation of a meeting or call. The reason must be stated, and the rescheduled time must be confirmed. Need I repeat that? Yeah, too many rules, Fukai. Who can remember them all? If you could all hold yourself to the high standards that befit of elite T-dolls, there wouldn't need be so many rules. We coded well enough even back when our rules were essentially half a page. That was then. Now, I'm the squad leader. And yet, Fukai, the almighty lady, was getting the jitters because she couldn't get in touch with a little, humble member like me. Who was getting the jitters? Never mind, let's get down to business. Leva chuckles at Fukai's huffiness. Having succeeded in riling her up, he decides to call it a day. I had a look at the images you sent over. Those rocks are indeed evidence of Paradis activity, a fact that corroborated by Lena's intel. The deceased and the settlement were also dressed in attire that matched the uniforms of Paradis members. So, congrats! Finally, some concrete progress. It's not really anything worth celebrating. You were bothered by the lack of progress before, and now you're upset that it's confirmed to be Paradis. You're so hard to please, oh almighty leader Kukai. You want to rush and come to the stream? Nah, we're good. You can always fill the chat though. You know, I'm the leader. If you know I'm the leader, then drop the Dizzy act and start taking it seriously. What has Paradis been up to this past few years? Have the Neo started studying architecture? We're still investigating the specific details, but one thing's for certain. Paradis has stepped up the brainwashing of their human members. We now refer to themselves as Unitas. Yep, you know about that. Those scattered rocks probably looked like this before they were destroyed. Leva sent an image to Kukai. That's a tower? It's some sort of totem. Paradis strengthens the Unitate's faith and loyalty using these, so that they'll be more obliged to serve their experiments. Well, it worked apparently. What's the point? If they want to force people to comply, the Neo's force is more than enough. Hey Kukong, how's it going? You don't understand humans at all, Kukai. We operate according to logic. The humans' actions are more compelled by emotions and beliefs. Rather than subjecting them to experiments by force and having to look out for insurrection that could manifest at any time, it's much more effective to have a spiritual hold on them, which eliminates the problem completely. To make an apology, it would be akin to overriding their protocols, like transferring their command authorization from normal society to Paradis. Stop trying to make yourself out to be some kind of anthropologist. I am just a little more knowledgeable than you on this subject. Like so haughty she is. So, in other words, Paradise is even trickier to deal with than before? No, this is exactly their MO, Kukai. Like, actually exactly their MO. That's right, and they're basically well on their way to becoming an extremist group. The Nitos are only getting more powerful, and now they've recruited a bunch of deranged Unitates. Lena is busy investigating other things for Kalina, so I can't expect any help from her. In fact, they need my help, so I got my hands absolutely full at the moment. Thank goodness you're here to give me a hand, Kukai. If they're so dangerous, when will the reinforcements you promised arrive? Very soon. I think you'll be well pleased. What? Free. With an ear-splitting burst of static, the comms line break down. Talk about bad timing. Kukai recalls what Leva just said. Well pleased. What kind of reinforcement would make her well pleased? 404 have always preferred to work on their own. The way Kukai sees it, seeking external help is a show of weakness, so she will never consider it an option unless absolutely necessary. 404 are extremely unlikely to accept aid from an outsider to begin with, and the chances of Kukai appreciating the aid are even more minuscule. Unless a figure appears in Kukai's neural cloud, but she soon dismisses the idea. No, it couldn't be him, or he would have responded with feigned nonchalance. But even as Kukai refuses to entertain the possibility, she deliberately reduces her processing speed so that the figure can linger just a little longer in her neural cloud. In any case, she'd better ask for more clarification from Leva, so that she won't be distracted from her mission because of any unnecessary expectations. Who could she be thinking about? Also reduces my process. Just as Kukai is about to send another comms request, Andres walks over to her. Kukai, my data link with the server just got severed. I checked the signal strength. It's not at 0, but it is very weak, so long-range comms and neural cloud backups will be affected. It's probably a temporary phenomenon caused by the collapse storm. Andres looks over at a survey core nearby. Dmitry is talking to his subordinates. Should we talk to him about this? We are currently using their military line. If even the military line is affected here, then we must stay close to the survey core. Right. Tell Mekti and Belka not to take unauthorized action. I'll discuss this with them. Kukai approaches the survey corps and notices that a few soldiers that Dmitry was talking to had split into two groups and started loading their equipment onto their assigned vehicles. Meanwhile, Dmitry is giving more orders to another subordinate. With fewer people on the team, the mission will become more dangerous. Get everyone to stay on their toes. Crank the 6 signal booster all the way up and tell everyone, including the dolls from 404, to remain within comms range until the temporary base stations are set up. Are you sure Kukai has changed? When did I say that? But I would say that she has matured. I think changed and matured are kind of the same thing, but matured means that she is the same, but she's more wise and more level-headed. Roger that, sir. Good. Now get to work. After Larian is gone, Kukai walks over to Dmitry. Is the signal booster no good anymore? If it was, you think I split the team up at such a crucial stage of the mission? Like, one thing I can say, or I can theorize, is that if we were talking about the original HK416 and she had to deal with Dmitry, I am very confident she would have abandoned him like ages ago. She would have said, yeah, fuck this guy, he has no idea what he's doing, and she would have just abandoned him to die. Like, straight up. Wouldn't even give it a second thought. The signal is already garbage in its freaking place to start with, and the storm will rage on for a good while. There's no way of getting any word out at the moment. If we don't set up those temporary base stations, even we will be declared MIA. Sending your men out in pairs isn't safe. Under these circumstances, it's better to act in groups of 4. But I only got a handful of men. What will you have me do? I sent them out with all good quality gear, and one of my men is as good as 3. Oh, that's pretty generous, bro. We're already very close to the red zone. The environmental conditions are way more unpredictable than what you've experienced so far. You really should be more careful. Oh, for Christ's sake. What does a tin can like you know? Getting scared before you even reach the battlefield? You get shot into Swiss cheese, even with that fancy weapon of yours. If you got time to yap, just spend it on killing E.L.I.Ds. Jeez, why is this stupid machine being so long-winded? Once the preparations are complete, the soldiers tasked with constructing the temporary base stations split off from the main force and set out to carry out their mission. She wants to do as you say, but Leva is holding her back. This is... yeah, it's true. The big difference is that she didn't know that he was part of the mission. He said the T word. Like, she wanted to go out and do her own thing, but once she was informed that she has to stick with them, that he is the point of contact, then she kind of forced herself to stay there. But the old HK416 would have been like, nah, this is bullshit. He's gonna drag me down. He has no idea what he's doing. I'll do my own thing. If he dies, he dies. They're not the mission anyways. Like, nothing in the mission parameter says that he needs to live. I just need to find information on Paradise. That's basically it. Meanwhile, a small surveillance drone is hidden behind a piece of cover not far away. Its indicator light blinks as it records everything that's transpiring. The clear visual feed is displayed on Blue Spirit's monitor. Keep up with the splinter groups. Oh, that's all I was going to say. Okay. So that's 3 laws of AA life. Oh, you mean the 3 laws of humanity or whatever it's called? Yeah, they exist, but this music again. Yeah, but they're often not necessarily overwritten, although that is the case. But they can be worked around, and they're it's hardly ever brought up, to be honest. The only real thing that's actually brought up a lot is the no kill humans rule. But Kukai and Squad 404, the original Squad 4 at least, are free to kill whoever the fuck they want. So they can kill humans if they want to. Even though their GPS is severely hindered by the terrible signal reception, the Survey Corps and Hyde 404 are still painstakingly conducting the environmental survey. Defy too? Yeah, it's just RPK. The rest of Defy has no kill roll as well. Humanity's overrated. Sir, two of the groups has sent their targets. It appears they have finished setting up their temporary base stations. The signal reception of our comms line has also returned to medium strength, and external communications have been restored. Some of the groups still haven't found suitable locations to set up their base stations, but they have re-established communications with the main force. Not bad. Notify the brothers at the base stations and tell them to stay put for now. The temporary base stations are poor substitutes for standard ones. They must take extra care not to let things like E.L.I.D damage them. And if they encounter Bujums or anything they can't manage, tell them to prioritize their own safety and contact the main force at once. Yes, sir. And translate your chat so fast. Yeah, I don't have that, unfortunately. On the cold digital monitor, two specks of light flicker steadily like stars in the night sky. They may be faint, but their presence is unmistakable. Dmitry wishes sincerely that the stars obscured by the gloom will get to light up the night sky one day. It's time to contact the warrant officer again. This shitty place. The jeep is hit by a strong impact. Even the communicator is knocked out of Dmitry's hand, falling underneath the seat. Through the window, he sees that the vehicle that collided with his is also part of the pilot collision. The actual vehicle that came under attack has skidded to a halt with blown out tires and heavy smoke. What just happened? A group of vehicles have appeared from the distance, followed by a vicious fire assault. The dolls of Hyde 404 have already leapt into action, diving behind cover and exchanging fire with their attackers. Must have snuck up on us while our radar was still down. We don't know which armed force it is. Get everyone to find cover and wait for the enemy to run out of ammo. Wait for them to run out of ammo, really? Wait for my order and prepare to counterattack. I guess you mean not actually wait for them to run out of ammo, maybe like wait for them to reload, because just waiting for them to run out of ammo is a little silly. Wah! Ambush! Quick, hide! Having repelled the assault for the time being, Dmitry directs his subordinates and the dolls of 404 to clean up the battlefield. Actual combat gear? I don't think it is. I think that's an actual robot. After some thought, he walks over to Kukai. Hey, what's your name again? Kukai? What the hell kind of name is Kukai? Nikolai and Andres, focused on inspecting the wreckage of an enemy mechanical unit, do not bother to look up. What is it? Did you mention you got attacked by an unknown armed force earlier? Were they the ones? Hold on. What the fuck is Kukai? I know there's a meaning to it. I know the end of it means God, but I'm not sure what clue means. So Kai means God. I just don't know what the clue part means. Andres, do we have the results of the analysis? Not yet. I still had to double check some of the connection methods and Part specifications. I just asked Mehdi and Belka to inspect the other wreckages so that I can incorporate the data they collect into the analysis. Right, make it quick. Leaving Andres to work in peace, Fukai rises to her full height. A preliminary inspection has not revealed any clear forms of identification on these mechanical units, which appear to have been modified from general PNC machinery. So we're trying to compare the methods and parts used and modifications with the units we encountered before. If there are mobile matches, we can be reasonably sure that they're from the same faction. There were humans in the fort that attacked us. Unfortunately, they either got killed or fled. Have you also encountered human armed forces before? Alright, let me check this. I just want to ask this. What does Kukai mean? Okay. So it looks like it's just it's different words mashed together. At least what I'm looking up right now, it's just different words mashed together. And it possibly means able to reveal victory. Other meanings. It could mean cranberry. But yeah, it seems to be most subtle on able to reveal victory. A very 416 kind of name. Yeah, I would go with that personally. It's perfect for Kukai. Have you encountered human armed forces before? No, it was only modded automatons that attacked us. Dmitry thought of cranberries. These newer automatons had better firepower, and the humans were armed with very high quality weapons. Kukai peers down at the dent left by the bullet that had hit her on the arm. In my experience, neither the Raggers nor orderly human bounty hunters can afford this level of armament. We have searched the human remains thoroughly, but found no meaningful clues. Alright, see if you can find any useful weapons, empty resources, or protective equipment. Gather everything you can find and take them with us. But sir, non-standard HG weapons could cause injuries or death to the user. This is against regulations. Hey Terran Ghost, how's it going? Who cares about regulations anymore? We must make use of whatever resources we can get our hands on. Still, check everything carefully. Get rid of anything that with electronic meshing capability. Roger that, sir. Nikolai, Mr. Dmitry, I have an analysis result. The fog control cores installed on mechanical units of the same type generally have the same ports. As for the parts, they're just your run-of-the-mill military stuff. So I thought I'd check the manufacturer batches for the net, but what? Our signal got disconnected. Nani? Dmitry rushes through his pockets for his communicator, but then he remembers it has fallen under the seat of the previous battle. Nikolai confirms and with his observation after checking the connection herself. We are indeed disconnected. Ooh, signal jamming? Impossible. The temporary base stations are up and running. The signal should be more stable. Dmitry rushes back to the jeep in disbelief. After searches for a moment, he finds his communicator and accesses the signal interface. The digital screen is now pitch black. There is no sign of blinking lights. 2 hours ago. How's it going? Is the plan proceeding smoothly? Okay, if you already, if you watched the CE version, I'm off to bed. Take care, dude. I don't know how to say your name, so I'm just gonna say take care. So if you've seen the latest Chinese story, we know what Cocoon looks like. Yes, though there have been some unexpected changes along the way. Is she hot? Yes, very much. Oh, Dmitry? Alright, take care, Dmitry. Appreciate it. And yeah, Cocoon is hot. She is quite hot. Changes? Have they received more reinforcements? No, but once the survey corps notices the signal deterioration, they split up and started constructing temporary base stations. They're even more cautious than we thought. Here's something to work with. That's not good news. Make sure you don't let off the splinter groups. No problem. However, even though Manji Security has aided in Paradu's operations within this area, they are not very accustomed to local terrain due to the complex environmental conditions and rampant E.L.I.D activities. They have had to allocate parts of their crew to take out a Bujum, so we're not fully aware of the entire Survey Corps' movement at the moment. I need not remind you of the dangers of fish that slips the net, do I? Don't forget the trouble caused by the Survey Corps last time. Right. I have already notified Manji Security to take action, as per your order. And to prevent the Survey Corps from reporting the situation to the superiors, I have applied signal restrictions to the current location. The military line is completely down. Or it's still jamming. That's acceptable, I suppose. But it's not a guaranteed fail-safe solution either, so long as the signal marker or temporary base station exists. There's a risk they can get out of this. Blue sphere? Cocoon's demeanor shifts ambiguously. Every word seems to be a warning, thinly veiled in humor. I hope you have contingency plans in place? That's just an emergency countermeasure. As per your order, I will spare no effort in searching for and eliminating the Survey Corps splinter groups, as well as destroying the existing local signal markers. Oh, that's marvelous to hear. By the way, I have another piece of advice for you. What is it? Set Vlaben has instructed me to relay this message. You may activate the last resort if necessary. The decision of activating it is entirely at your discretion. However, be sure to make it quick and clean, and remember to wrap up all loose ends afterwards. After all, this is an extremely risky move, and it would be very difficult to explain ourselves if we attract even the slightest bit of suspicion. The same order has also been issued to Monty Security. Just request an authorization transfer from them. Understood. That's it. Good luck. Before the comms line is terminated, Cocoon suddenly taps the screen. Oh, one more thing. Since the Survey Corps kept pestering their superior, they've been sent new reinforcements that will arrive in only a day or two. This new force is getting pretty close. Make sure you don't let them suspect a thing. So, question. Oh shit, I didn't realize that. The oath ring shows up on her hand. I didn't realize that. That's a really nice detail. That's really good. But question. Do you guys prefer the default Nikolai outfit or the white suit? I think I actually prefer the default outfit after playing around with the white suit some. I think the default outfit looks better on her. Default. Yeah, it's a very nice touch. I literally just noticed that just now because Nikolai is the only one that have an oath ring on. White suit is sus. Third option, the combat suit. I don't have it, so I can't say anything about that. Her shirt, quote unquote. But booty, yeah, the booty is hard to ignore. Having evaded the incessant pursuit of an unknown force, the Survey Corps and Hyde 404 are now taking temporary refuge in an abandoned settlement that they have chanced upon. I like both. It's only the hat I don't like. Oh, I like the hat. I think the hat looks really good on her. The settlement is shielded by hills to the southeast, so the dolls of Hyde 404 are currently monitoring the surrounding areas from their respective hiding spots on the other three sides. Considering the extent of damage that Mekti has suffered, Nikolai has paired herself up with her. Ugh. These people are attacking harder and harder. Who the heck are they? Nikolai, did you antagonize somebody again? Never been a big hat guy? Understandable. I think it really fits her, I guess is the best way to put it. We didn't manage to charge our batteries back at the previous settlement because of the problematic ports. Do we even have enough auxiliary power for 3 more battles? Of course! Huh? Seriously? As long as you keep each battle under a minute. What? Then we're totally short on power. Nikolai connects to your regional comms channel. Can we come up with the next step of the battle plan? The enemy has made their intentions pretty clear. They gotta be searching for us in the area. If we get surrounded... Shut up! I'm trying to think! Wow, this guy is so impressive. Here I am, dead tired, and there he is, still perking enough to lose his temper and shout his head off. Seriously, which one of us is actually a doll? Sound like a you problem. Mekti, stay here and keep a lookout. I'll go see what's keeping them dawdling. The comedy is fetch. Kukai heads over to the building in which Dmitry is taking cover and finds him checking and rechecking a slip of paper with an unknown sequence of numbers against a map. What are you doing? What? Please be quiet while the first sergeant reviews the situation and looks for more clues. How long has he been at it? Since the moment we found the signboard bearing the name of the settlement. Not here. Not this either. Dmitry seems to be measuring some kind of distance on the map using his own rugged fingers. However, he eventually gives up and puts the paper away in annoyance. If you're writing some kind of vector equation, you won't be able to determine the specific location without knowing the original location. Shut your trap! If you issue follow-up orders in a timely fashion, I would not be questioning you. But our supplies are limited, and judging from the current situation, if we keep running around aimlessly, our enemy will hunt us down and pick us off sooner or later. At least not entirely dumb. Just then, a young soldier of the Survey Corps enters through the door. Sir, we're on position and waiting your further directives. Stand by. You already set up our defenses? Duh. You think I'm just playing Sudoku while sitting behind the... while being a sitting duck? Make sure the four of you coordinate with our movements. You want orders, right? Well, don't just stand there. Come over here and look at this. Dmitry beckons at Kukai and gestures for her to take a close look at the map. You see the hills in the southeast? More than 70% of our mechanical units are up there right now. I've also stationed 5 of my men there to prepare for a feint. A feint? That's right. Our enemies are hot out on our heels. They'll probably come looking for us here in 3 hours. Let's check the map, and the closest settlement from our current location is at least 6 hours away. And it'll be very difficult for us to stay hidden while we make our way there. If we can't get a bigger head start or take out most of our pursuers in one go, they'll catch up to us before we can reach the next settlement and replenish our supplies. And it'll be over for us then. You're planning to whittle down their firepower here? Exactly. To them, we're just a small and poorly equipped force that can only counterattack using ambushes and guerrilla tactics. We can take advantage of that assumption. This area is smack along the way up to that settlement, with hills on one side. Anyone with half a brain can tell that this is the perfect spot for an ambush, including our pursuers. Once they confirm that we're on the way to near a settlement, they will immediately try to figure out where we have posted our guards to protect our traveling convoy, which will clearly be on the hills. But then, aren't you playing right into their hands? You still don't get it, Tin Can? Most of our mechanical units are already damaged and don't really stand a chance in a direct confrontation. If we keep them around while we march, not only will we eat up our resources, they may also expose our movement. They can be put to much better use. As for Hide 404, you'll be the key to the upcoming fight. As long as you can seize the opportunity and flank our pursuers from the west while they're drawn to the hills and catch them in a pincer attack, it may just be possible for us to wipe them out. I must remind you that if we move according to your plan, we cannot guarantee the safety of both the mechanical units and the soldiers on the hills. The 5 men up there are led by my most trusted comrades. He's much smarter than you. Once the 4 of you are on the move, they will activate the droid's auto-attack mode, then circle around to the other side of the hills and regroup with the main force. That's just the best case scenario. With a success rate of less than 40%, it's highly likely that they'll be eliminated before regrouping with the main force. Moreover, we're basing our estimation of the enemy force entirely on our observation in our previous encounter. If the enemy force exceeds 130% of our estimation, that is, if there are 20 or more soldiers and 25 or more automatons that we did not account for, the success rate of this operation will drop below 25%. What do you take us soldiers for? You think we only fight when there's a 100% chance of success? Our job is to seize opportunity and turn victory into reality. Under these circumstances, we'd be lucky to stand even half a chance. Just making sure you're managing your expectations. What about the main force? They'll be retreating with only lightweight gear to conserve their strength. And where are they headed? There are two destinations. The first is the closest settlement, though we can't ascertain whether it'll still be occupied or if there are enough supplies to keep us going. The other is a base station in the same general direction. If we can find and repair it, we may be able to restore external communications and contact our reinforcements. How far away is the base station? About the same distance to the settlement. Roughly 6 hours on foot. On foot? You have a jeep. A jeep? From now on, you don't. What do you mean? Not counting your small jeep, the Survey Corps currently still has one jeep and one small military truck. To pull off this plan, we must set the vehicle in the northeast, where the enemy is most likely to attack from, to draw their attention. At the same time, I have several of those scout drones buzzing around in the other directions. You've seen those things before. Pretty much useless in a fight, but noisy as hell and perfect for both attracting enemy attention and tipping us off. Only thing is, there's no hope of recovering the vehicle or the drones. What about the other vehicle? That'll be given to the men up in the hills as their getaway to catch up with the main force. I don't think that's very sensible. Just admitted that their chances of successfully regrouping with the main force are pretty slim. Why waste limited resources knowing that? What does a tin can like you know? Fortune ahead despite the difficulties makes my comrades heroes, but cutting off their only chance of escape because of difficulties makes me a bastard. I'm sending them to stage of fate, not to be cannon fodder. I simply wish to maximize the opportunity chance of success. Dmitry takes a deep breath. I am the commanding officer here, and your job is to lead your Hide 404 in carrying out my orders. Is that clear? Don't you worry about human matters with that tin can brain of yours. Nikolai decides to not argue with the stubborn Dmitry. Now that I'm aware of the general plan, let's split up and move separately. I'll be off then. Assemble in the southwest of the settlement in a half an hour. Got it. So I guess the question here is Dmitry right to all racism again? Is Dmitry right to prioritize his feint squad over the rest of his team that would need to retreat? I guess that's the big question. And the other question is there actually a better plan? Slow down with the slurs, Dmitry. The thing is that with us as players, we have limited knowledge on what's actually happening because we can't look at the map ourselves. We can't devise our own plans. Yeah, of course he wants to save everyone. Or rather, he wants to give everyone the chance to survive. So he knows that if the feint team, the feint squad, if they aren't able to come back, then that's on his conscience. Because basically Kukai is like, yeah, this whole plan kind of sucks, is what she's basically saying. But at the same time, if they're chased down, they will be in an even worse spot. That seems to be what the situation is. And they don't have a lot of things going for them. Although, to be honest, I kind of think that E.L.I.D 404 can just beat them all themselves. Or rather, they would be able to if they had enough power. I think that's like the only reason why E.L.I.D 404 doesn't just solo the whole thing. Because they fully admitted that they only have like 3 hours worth of power left. Afford a better vehicle and budget, yeah. Yeah, and of course Tukai also looked at the map as well, and she didn't give a better plan. So I will also assume that she is unable to devise a better plan. That's what I had to assume. It's either that or she doesn't want to argue with Dmitry, because she did say that she didn't want to argue with Dmitry. So there's that too. Did I explain how Vector joined E.L.I.D 404? Vector has not come up yet. Tukai fills in the other 404 members on the operation plan. After confirming the basic terrain around the settlement, they joined the Survey Corps in hiding within an abandoned building in the southwestern part of the settlement. Look at the time. I know I'd be in bed by now. Will those people actually take the bait like Dmitry says? Hard to say. The working assumption is that we will be fighting an enemy force of the same size as what we encountered before. If they amp up their firepower, we're finished. That's true. Big says Tukai, can the guys actually be trusted? I wouldn't hedge all our bets on them. We should focus on figuring out our own contingency. Still, it is certainly necessary to mount a counterattack here to give us a head start against our pursuers. Alright, I'll do my best. Andres, when the operation is underway, don't stray too far from the vehicle. We must keep our supplies secure. If we need to retreat ahead of schedule, I'll also call you to pick us up. No problem, Leader Kukai. The four dolls lapse into silence as they remain at their station. Soon after that, an ear-splitting alarm goes off in the northeast, followed by a vicious burst of gunfire. At the same time, the vehicle deployed beforehand explodes. Oh, that was gone. And Dmitry's voice can be heard through the regional comms channel. Attention, all units. The enemy force is approaching. Stay low. When they enter within attack range, our men on the hills will launch an ambush and trigger the explosives we've rigged to weaken their firepower. E.L.I.D 404 will catch them in a pincer move from behind. The rest of you, follow my command. Copy that, sir. Understood. With the first gunshot fired upon from the hill, the battle has officially begun. Oh, there's 2 trucks, or 2 jeeps. E.L.I.D 404 has their own, so I am assuming that is the jeep they're talking about. Leader Kukai, the enemy is indeed lured by our men on the hills. According to the intelligence we currently possess, the enemy force comprises of about 15 men, 2 heavy automatons, and 5 anti-air automatons. The exact quantity of land automatons is unknown, but primary estimation is about 10. Okay, MACD. We start moving once they move further southeast by another 50 meters. When attacking them from behind, Baka will focus on taking out the anti-air automatons to reduce their field of view. MACD and I will take care of the heavy and land automatons. Make sure to keep the enemy force from spotting our main force in the southwest. I want to say yes. Maybe a little bit afterwards, because they're supposed to be on their way. Understood. Alright. Unders, stand by in this area. If the enemy comes this way, detonate the explosives and throw smoke grenades to keep the main force hidden. Understood, Leader Kukai. Even though the enemy force is thrown into disarray at first, they soon regain their footing and launch an attack on the hills using cover and their anti-air guns. If you don't know about Lentine, she debuted in the Sintaraxi event. Kukai keeps gauging the distance between them and the enemy force. Finally, she gives the order. Hi, 404, we're up. As adults enter the fray, the enemy's attack becomes noticeably hamstrung. Meanwhile, Dmitry starts directing the main force in retreating towards the target settlement. Big Sis Kukai, all enemy anti-air units have been eliminated. Hey doll, I don't remember that name. No, she's a human. Very good. Ooh boy. If you're done shooting down the little birds, get over there and give me a hand. The big guy is really bad news. Doka, back Mighty up immediately and stop the heavy automaton from getting any closer. Leave the rest to me. Alrighty, big sis. Watch yourself. Timing her move carefully, Kukai detonates another set of explosive, successfully impeding the enemy's attempt to regroup. I-404 to the main force, who has successfully suppressed the pursuing armed force. Received. Ivan, how many men do you got left? 3, but one is badly injured and immobile. Have the bastards noticed anything off? Doesn't look like it. The firepower is still focused on our side of the hills. But thanks to 404's interference, they haven't been able to make much headway. In fact, they had to send a group to go after 404 just 10 minutes ago. We prioritized taking out their drones. Because of the terrain and all the dust and smoke, those bastards can barely see. They shouldn't have noticed that our main force is already gone. Seriously, hats off to you, Dima. And your crazy tricks. Save the ass kissing for later. You've accomplished your objective. Now get out of there. Go around the hills. Copy that. 404. Keep the enemy busy for 15 more minutes. Once Ivan's group withdraws from the area, detonate all mechanical units and remaining explosives to draw the enemy attention and seal off their route of pursuit. Pick out as many of their effective units as you can while you withdraw. Pick up the pace and make sure you catch up to the main force. Keep the original comms clear. The main force is not going to make it, but what about their promotions and pay raises? Understood. Are we finally done? That was amazing. The plan worked unexpectedly well. Everyone in original comms channel breathes a sigh of relief and starts to relax a little. Still staying close to the jeep, Andres suddenly looks up the side in alarm. Attention! Key signatures detected to the west. Possible enemy reinforcements. They may have received enemy forces distress call and are moving at full speed. There's a high chance that they will encounter our main force. What? Nani? Take whatever cover you can find right now. It's too late. The wave of dust picked up by the enemy reinforcements march is already within Dmitry's view. Judging by the key signatures, there are approximately 10 anti-air automatons and 5 heavy automatons. I cannot provide an estimate on the quantity of armed personnel. And this is when he thought, oh fuck. Even though everyone has prepared for the worst, the moment enemy reinforcements actually show up, the despair is still palpable through the comms channel. Attention, all units. Cut out all your lights and get down to the ground. Unless ordered otherwise, do not move, attack, or make any sound. Also, the new enemy force has entered visual range. It's double the size estimated by 404. The comm channel lapses into silence. As the seconds tick by, the enemy's anti-air units are fast approaching the survey corps and will soon spot the barely hidden soldiers. No tricks or tactics will save them from any of the enemy's superior firepower. All the soldiers press themselves to the ground with bated breath, doing everything they can to reduce their biosigns. If they continue their current route, they'll come face to face with E.L.I.D, yeah? In that case, we'll have to get them to change course. Hearing Ivan's voice through the communicator, Dmitry is compelled to respond even though he just gave the order to forbid anyone from making a sound. Not act right after mission. What are you thinking? Rescue. Looks like our mission isn't over yet. Are you kidding me? Our rescue is still chilling God knows where. What? Dmitry's thoughts abruptly mid-sentence when he realizes what his comrade is getting at. We don't know why the enemy is so hellbent on wiping us out, but they clearly won't let us flee the battlefield and rendezvous with our reinforcements. If we show any sign of doing that, they will definitely try to stop us with all their might. What you're yammering? Your mission right now is to regroup with the main force. Dima, let me finish. In just a while, I will recreate the illusion that we've established contact with our reinforcements and are attempting to rendezvous with them. Dima, you and others must seize this opportunity and run for it. I won't be able to distract them for long. Once they clue in to the trick, they'll double back and hunt you down. Are you disobeying a direct fucking order from me? Our mission is to stage a feint and assist the main force in reaching safety. This isn't time to be a smartass. Retreat. Do you hear me? Ivan says nothing in response to Dmitry's fury. The winds and gunfire in the yellow zone resound in the comms channel. Ima, don't forget to find us afterwards and bring us back to Moscow. That is where all our dreams began, and that is where we must return, even in death. Amid the silence, Ivan's voice sounds ghostly, almost unreal. Ivan, you stand down. You stand right fucking down now. Ivan makes no answer. The mechanical units on the hills to the southeast of the settlement suddenly stop firing and start following a jeep that's speeding in the completely opposite direction. A signal flare with a bright trailing tail soars into the night sky with no second thoughts. The amber flare flashes several times in the sky at a certain frequency, then falls into the vast desert. This sudden development has drawn the attention of both the enemy force fighting within the settlement and their reinforcements currently en route to the settlement. The survey corps, exposing their own route, is making them doubt the authenticity of their intelligence. Leader, what does that signal mean? They're linking up with the reinforcements? But according to our intel, the survey corps' reinforcements shouldn't be arriving so soon. If it appeared the intel we previously received wasn't entirely accurate. With the stir we've been causing, the folks from the Purification Project may have sent more than one group of reinforcements. Wait, what should we do? Should we withdraw? The Harrows told us to not expose ourselves. You idiot! The fact that new reinforcements are showing up means we're already exposed. We haven't even managed to secure the mission objective. Why would we withdraw now? To give the reinforcements enough time to get into position? Contact Team 5 in that settlement. Tell them to hurry up and take out those dolls. Then go after the survey corps and intercept them. Support Team 7. Change course immediately. Chase him down. Having received their instruction, the anti-air units pivot swiftly, ignoring the group of soldiers lying on their stomachs. Under the cover of night, just a short distance away, They instead head into Ivan's direction to give pursuit. A familiar military song, accompanied by the sound of artillery fire, can be heard through the Survey Corps' regional comms channel. It is a chorus of only 3 voices, but it resounds more sonorously than ever. 4-4, bring on the armed units within settlement, and wipe them out as quick as you can. Not let them catch up to Ivan. Then, Dmitry clenches his fist. His voice grows hoarse and hollow. Then withdraw and link up with the main force. Understood. Nikolai briefly assesses the number of remaining arms units within the settlement and distance from the main force. Andres, Mekti, Belka. Take only your lightest gear along with Andres' big gun and withdraw immediately. Hang on, are you planning to fight them all by yourself? No way, that's too dangerous. We still have heavy automatons left. It'll take at least 2 of us to take it down. Why don't I stay and give you a hand, big sis? Mekti can help Honduras. Obey your orders. Don't make me repeat myself. The enemy is incredibly close by. If we withdraw by car, it will definitely be alerted, which will reveal the general direction of our main force. So we can only withdraw on foot. Andres' big gun is pretty heavy and has to be carried by 2 of you, while 1 more has to be the escort and guard. There's no getting around it, not to mention all that weight is going to slow you down significantly, so you've got to set off right now. What if we leave the big gun, and we can withdraw together? The battle isn't over yet. We need to keep it with us. Now go. Nikolai has already made up her mind. The other 3 dolls know better than to argue. They nod at each other and begin their withdrawal. Now I'll show you the might of an elite T-doll. Having detected Hyde 4-4's hideout, enemy units start gathering towards the area. After confirming that her 3 teammates had successfully departed, Nikolai double-checks her physical condition and gear, and calmly steps into the night filled with smokes and flames. I will make it back. I will not fall. Nikolai pulls her thoughts away from the figure that surfaced in her neural cloud for now, and pulls her trigger resolutely. The battle begins anew. On Dmitry's end, the enemy reinforcements have gone on after Ivan. At Dmitry's command, the soldiers cautiously scanned their surrounding area. No enemy is detected in the area. Sir, should we send a team over to Ivan? Dmitry knows full well what the soldier is hinting at. He gazes silently at the horizon, where the sky is aglow with the flames in battle. Little by little, the flying sparks devour the wrath and despair in his eyes. There is no more singing through the comms channel. It got cut off abruptly, along with the sound of artillery and howling winds. No need. Dmitry closes his eyes. His gaunt features betray his vicissitudes of life. But what if they're simply out of comms range? Don't make me waste my breath. All of you, continue to lie low and take stock of your gear. Move at my command. But obey your orders. The young soldier still wants to say something, but Laren smacks him upside the head. He wants to save Ivan and the others more than anyone. If he were on his own, I'm pretty sure he would have rushed over with nothing but his gun by now. But he's our commander. He is responsible for keeping us alive, so that their sacrifice would not be in vain. I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't thinking. Dmitry waves it off. Then he opens the map and checks it against the paper slip again. A brief moment later, he slapped himself hard in the face. I get it now. I should have figured this out sooner. He picks up his communicator and tunes it to the Rangel's comms channel. Attention, all units. Change the target destination. Our new target destination is a mountain near Jahadna, about 1.5 kilometers to the northwest. We set off this instant. 404, sit rep. All three of us have suffered about 20% damage to our frames. We're currently heading towards the main forest with our equipment. We should be able to link up with you in, let's see, 20 minutes? But Big Sis Nikolai stayed behind at the settlement to keep up with the remaining arms, to clean up the remaining arms unit on her own. This is all these stupid heroics. Dmitry understands the reason behind 404's course of action, but he still can't help let out a curse. You. This is Becca's about to talk back. Nikai's impassive voice speaks through the comms channel. Whether this one heroics are stupid or not depends on how capable they are. Big Sis Nikolai. This is Nikolai 404. All remaining arms units within the settlement have been eliminated. I burned through more ammo than expected and taken some damage to my frame. My estimated travel speed has dropped by 22%. I'm glad you're okay, leader. Mr. Dmitry may have been a bit rude, but I agree it's best to avoid such risky stunts. That's our girl. Count yourself lucky. I don't give two shits about your reduced travel speed. Catch up to the main force. We're headed to the main force in Jahadna. Yeah, fuck you. Should've been Ivan, not you. At long last, under Dmitry's leadership, the surviving soldiers of the Survey Corps and Adalza Hyde 404 file into the cave under the cover of night. With no further directives from their commander, the soldiers who just had a close brush with death, all slumped to the ground with their backs against the rocky walls. The fierce battle they had just experienced is still fresh in their minds. Nobody turns on any light source, and nobody says a word. The Adalza Hyde 404 are also sitting quietly in the cave, keeping some distance from the Survey Corps. They each inspect their own physical condition. Leader Kukai, the average damage rate among the four of us is around 35%. We lost our vehicle in the previous battle. Okay, so we lost the vehicle too. All of our temporary repair parts were on board. It's only 35%, no big deal. But that's just the average out of the four of us. You taking the most damage, no? I'm okay. Really? Your left eye looks horrific. Well, we can't see it because they're too scared to make us, to give us the uncanny valley feeling. Just a shrapnel cut. It looks worse than it actually is. But Kukai shakes her head softly at Andres, telling her to drop the subject. But she receives no visual feedback of Andres' concerned expression through her left visual module. Her left eye is utterly ruined. Mika, we demand more Mecha Bear. Andres, you need more information about our current location? That's Gore, my comfort character. Oh, that's funny. I think she would hate that if you said in front of her. Have her the M16 moment? Like, fuck you. Just a little, based on the map and the rough location of the previous settlement. We're at probably inside a salt mine in Jahadna. But this mine has been abandoned for years and is currently vacant. Naruhodo. I see. Belka, Mekti. You two switch to low power mode and standby. Conserve as much energy as you can. Andres, ensure your night vision is functional and keep an eye on the exterior of the cave. Our radars aren't working and we've lost all of our drones. We can only rely on your eyes. No problem, Leader Kukai. Alright, big sis. Despite her injuries and exhaustion, Mekti does not zonk out immediately like she usually would. Instead, she hugs the weapon close and gazes uneasily at the pitch-dark sky outside the cave. After giving the four members their orders, Kukai stands up and walks over to Dmitry quietly. He is sitting into the corner, deeper into the cave, having a whispered conversation with Lurian. I just did some counting. Our supplies are down to 20%. Less than half of us are left. Ivan and Leva I let them down. Not at all. You defied all odds in keeping us alive under those circumstances. That aside, have you figured out the message of that note? You changed your mind all of a sudden and brought us here. Dmitry leans back tiredly against the cave wall, clutching his gun tightly in his hand. You still remember Nikolai? Lurian racks his brain for a moment. Nikolai? You mean the son of that local military officer? I haven't had much dealings with them. We weren't the same platoon after all. But you're friends, right? Kind of. He was on the list of MIA soldiers that I got from the brass. He was the leader of the team. The dog tag we found was his. So he's one of them dogs that licked the Uranus's ass, huh? See, what good did that do? Did they keep him alive, did it? Lurian mutters some expletives through gritted teeth. Whether out of contempt for Nikolai or general malcontent, which you cannot tell. Well, that's not the point. The point is, I managed to figure this out all thanks to him and Ivan. With that, Dmitry pulls the pieces of paper that were found on the deceased out of his pocket. He smooths out the creases, then turns on his small flashlight and angles himself further away from the cave entrance and blocks the light with his own body. This is a simple coordinates diagram made based on an actual map. Here, here, and here. These numbers on the drawing are all of the coordinates of the actual locations. But that's not right. The numbers are too big to be in this area. Yep. Because it's a double encryption. I just couldn't figure out the cipher key. Look at this. Origin. I initially thought it was a hint to find a point of origin to convert the coordinates. That's not it. Dmitry pulls up the map on his communicator. Do you remember the Neo-Soviet Union's land area and the coordinates of Moscow? Try subtracting them from these numbers on the drawing. Lurian does some mental calculations and references longitude and latitude of the map. It's a match. Dang, Dima, you got brains! Nah, just had some experience with this kind of thing when serving with Nikolai in the past. That brat was allergic to modern encryption methods and insisted on something fancier. We've used... never mind. It's not like anyone will ever use it again. So let's leave it at that. Dmitry looks a little forlorn. But how did you realize these two numbers are the cipher? Origin actually refers to the Neo-Soviet Union, to Moscow, the starting point of our dreams. Nikolai once said that as long as the Neo-Soviet Union stood, he would not yield. So these two numbers became the ciphers of his double encryption method, and no one would ever guess their significance. Nikolai, who had always considered these two numbers constants, never once forgot or betrayed the Neo-Soviet Union. I didn't mean to. Sparing his old comrade any further awkwardness, Dmitry swipes across the map and points at a location. When I learned about the location in the previous operation, I noticed that one of the marked points was around here. I don't know why he marked out these places, but each of his subordinates kept a copy of this information on their persons even in death, so it had to mean something. We must come and have a look. And if anything, we got to get a word out about what they were trying to tell us. I just walked around for a bit. I didn't see anything special. The cave seems pretty big. It's probably deeper than we think. Pick a few of the others and keep a lookout at the cave entrance. Make sure you stay hidden. I'll take 2 men and 4 to explore deeper. Right. After hesitating for a moment, Larian opens his supply pack, counts his remaining ammunition, and hands over more than half of it to Dmitry. Be careful, Dima. There aren't many of us left. Dmitry does not accept the ammo. He gives Larian a pat on the shoulder and helps him turn out his collar, which is rumpled under the strap of his weapon. Don't you worry about me. You know what I'm made of. Also, I'll remind you one last time. Call me sir. Don't set a bad example for the rookies, or they won't learn to show respect. Larian chuckles. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, I have another mission for you. I just saw 2 kids wiping their tears. Go cheer them up. After sending his subordinate away, Dmitry drops all pretense of politeness and turns suddenly towards Nikolai, who has been standing not far away. Had enough? Is eavesdropping the popular pastime for you tin cans? I'm just waiting for you to finish your conversation. If I ever heard anything confidential, it was your fault for not conversing in a more secure environment. 2 kids? He just means rookies. Newer soldiers. They don't have the experience. Whatever, considering you did alright in the previous operation, I won't argue with you. Do all 4 of you still have functional night vision? Mine is slightly compromised, but it still works, just about. To make some preparations. We're starting off in 5 minutes to explore the cave. Let's see what kind of secret is hidden in this blasted place. Got it. Kind of a long one, just seeing how much more we got. Oh, we got plenty. Oh, we got a lot. Oh, wow, we got plenty. This may be another 4-hour stream. We'll see. It kind of felt like we're getting towards the end, but I guess not. Yeah, I'm more reading. The Elmo cruises along the night. It is traveling at the same speed, but the vibrations we are experiencing as the vehicle is in motion are putting me on edge. While we are en route to hide for force reinforcement, Lena gets in touch once again. This time she brings bad news. He's lost contact with Fukai and the others. Okay, so we're basically past the Disintegracy event. Just so everyone knows where we're at. We're not fighting Lentine. We're done with that now. But we're probably right after that. Losing contact in in the contamination zone is a common but nonetheless distressing phenomenon. Bounty hunters whom I have met briefly, convoys of underground brokers with whom I constantly do business, adventurers who happen to have hitched a ride on the Elmo. I have crossed paths with so many people in the wind and the sand, only to never hear from them ever again. But I never thought the same would happen with them this time. Fortunately, with Lena's help, Deer and I managed to make contact, and we agreed on a meeting place. Right now, the Elmo is heading towards the location at full speed. However, the signal reception seems to be deteriorating, and my instincts tell me this isn't a coincidence. I can't help but regret the sincerity I wanted to demonstrate. The prospect of having E.L.I.D 404 join my ranks had been such a relief to me that I forgot the rules within the contamination zone. If I had contacted them sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. I can only pray that my naive desire to give them a surprise has not put them in terrible danger. The Elmo is already traveling at full velocity. I just hope we won't be too late. No, I have faith in her and her E.L.I.D 404. This time, I'll be the one who comes to you, Nikolai. Andres and Nikolai are exploring the salt mine cave with the Survey Corps, while Mekti and Belka are investigating another tunnel. Oh, that's the end of it. Like, no more commander talk. Nikolai, is it really okay to send Mekti and Belka down to the other tunnel? Although I've installed the layout map, it's from many years ago and very much incomplete. This cave is much bigger and more structurally complex than indicated in the environmental intelligence that we currently possess. They may usually seem unreliable, but they're still members of E.L.I.D 404. Even though we managed to give the enemy second thoughts about attacking us, it's only a matter of time before they find us here. We must pick up the pace. Alright, let's hope they'll be safe. Once they turn the corner, the path widens up. Out of thoughtful consideration for Nikolai's damaged left eye, Andres positions herself on her left side. She brushes her fingertips lightly on the small, white crystalline substance on the surface of the wall. This is the first time I've been inside a salt mine. It feels quite miraculous. The wall shows sign of artificial excavation, but these wave-like grooves and patterns of alternating colors are all the result of natural geological formation. Is that anything special? Indeed. I've only ever seen the skyscrapers in the green zones and the uninhabited deserts in the yellow zones. But here, human development is entirely dependent on nature. I find that fascinating. Humans can be quite astounding at times. It boggles the mind that someone once excavated part of this cave and turned it into a sanatorium. It's probably just some gimmick for making money. Dmitry humps at Nikolai's remark from the forefront of the expedition group. What do you know? Unlike you, carrying out missions and making money don't consume our every waking thoughts. Also, if it weren't for the sudden stroke of genius that humans had, you bunch of tin cans wouldn't even be here. Like, what wasn't his original, like, derogatory word clankers? He hasn't said that once. He just says tin cans now. What happened to clankers? Noticing Nikolai's irritation, Andres tactfully changes the subject. It's a pity that I was rolled out rather late. I would have loved to see the world before all the collapse radiation. Living 100 or 200 meters underground sounds terribly claustrophobic, and yet it made this place a local attraction. Dullest. According to an old investigation report, the sanatorium here has been a hub that supported local tourism for a long period of time. Constructors had installed a large amount of pipelines within the cave to transport natural gas. Because of that, this place was warm in all seasons, which attracted a lot of tourists to spend their vacations here. In the tourist photographs, this place was a town with fertile soil, plenty of greenery, highways, and bustling traffic. It seemed like a popular destination. Andres, focus on the mission. Don't get distracted by useless information. Sure, still, I just can't help but wonder at the fact that there used to be such lively places in the world. You're a Neo-Soviet, aren't you, Mr. Dmitry? You know anything about this place? No. Oh? I wasn't even born back then, and schools don't teach such pointless stuff. Is that so? I don't think it's pointless, though. No matter what this place used to be like, Dmitry gives a thick pipe mounted on the wall of smack. The town is gone, the sanatorium is gone, and all that's left are those broken pipes and a pile of scrap metal. Right, enough of this nonsense. Get on with the search. The marked coordinates should be around here. Super strong mom energy. Wikipedia wife. Seeing that Dmitry has no desire to continue the discussion, Andres keeps quiet. The party walks deeper into the cave in silence, with only their footsteps echoing through the space. Now, I will say this, Andres has a great voice. Her Japanese voice is really fucking good. The radiation levels here. Mr. Dmitry, you and your subordinates had better make sure that your protective suits are properly sealed. Okay, Andres, let's get you back to bed. What's wrong? The class radiation detector indicates that there is a sudden spike in a particle concentration in this area. The rays can fluctuate due to lack of airflow within the cave, but the jump in this area is not normal. The cause could be non-natural? I'm afraid so. Dmitry, this could be something to do with the marked location. Yeah, let's check it out. There's only one path. Whatever it is should be directly ahead. You two stay here and stand by. If we're about to go beyond the effective comms range, I'll tell you to move further in. Roger, sir. Dmitry glances at the numbers shown on the detector screen and past the two soldiers on the shoulder. Watch yourselves. The party proceeds further into the cave. Fortunately, this tunnel does not lead very deep, and they see the end in less than 10 minutes. What's this? Collapse crystals. Dmitry peers at the cluster of green crystals at the corner, in the corner about a dozen meters away. We are pretty close to the red zone, but the crystal cluster is still too big, no? You're right. An individual clad crystal grown naturally in the yellow zone is usually no larger than 7 cubic centimeters. But this crystal is at least 15 cubic centimeters. Andres checks the radiation levels and wind speed again. It appears to have been here for quite a while. It was the spread of internal collapse particles that caused the abnormal radiation levels within the mine. Due to the lack of airflow in the mine, these particles have accumulated inside, resulting in the abnormal concentration and curve. Andres, let's take a closer look. Nikolai shoots a glance at Dmitry, who wants to inspect the crystal from up close. Your protective suit is an old model and not completely fail-safe. Better stay where you are if you don't want to, you don't want to die. Then make sure you take a look at it. Right. Nikolai and Andres walk on. Meanwhile, Andres' voice comes through level 2 connection. Mr. Dmitry seems to trust us a little now. That's just because he has no other choice. Andres, study this crystal cluster carefully. Glass crystals are relatively stable and don't tend to explode, but still, best be careful. After handing out Andros' task, Nikolai redirects her attention to the comms channel. Matty, Belka, founding on your end? Nothing so far. No, Andros, she just treats you guys as tools. We'll keep going. The tunnel's pretty deep. Ow, Matty, you bumped into me! My night mission's a bit impaired, so bear with it. You walked right into me even though the tunnel's so wide and spacious. That's no accident! Hey, traffic accidents happen even on wide roads. Let alone driving in the dark while being exhausted. Right, keep up the search. Contact me if you come across anything out of the ordinary. Nikolai has enough their bickering and temporarily disconnects from the comms channel. She converses with Andres through level 2 connecting instead. Andres, anything? Based on the concentration of radiation particles inside the piece of cloud crystal, it has existed for about half a year. Half a year? You mean such a large crystal formed within a span of half a year? That's impossible. Indeed, that's why I took a closer look at the surface where the crystal grew. Look at this, leader. Looking at where Andres is pointing, Nikolai taps the side of the crystal lightly, and a very thin crack appears between the crystal and layer of rock in the cave. This cloud crystal didn't form naturally? No, I'm afraid not. Generally speaking, naturally grown crystals have stronger surface adhesion, especially those that grow on rock strata, whose shape is affected by the shape of the rock strata itself. While this cluster here, rather than growing naturally, it's more like it was planted here? I believe so. It's quite dark in here, so it may not be very easy to tell, but the rock strata isn't just rock around a crystal. There's some cement mixed in. It's a crude method, but it's more or less effective in strengthening the adhesion. Andres frowns. Leader, could this have something to do with Paradise? That done something so bizarre in this kind of place? It can only be Paradise. Could this also be some kind of totem? Like some strange rocks we found at the settlement? If this were a totem, it's too well hidden. This isn't exactly a suitable place to conduct a ritual, is it? In any case, log everything for now and send it over to Leva once the comms are restored. Got it. Hey, what are you two doing? Just squatting there? Other than the conversation you had with your two teammates, you didn't make a single peep. Did we inform Mr. Dmitry of the situation? Don't reveal anything about Paradise. After severing level 2 comms communication, Nikolai walks several steps back to Dmitry and already states the conclusion they have arrived at. The crystals here were artificially planted. Artificially? Yes. Also, this is what the other Deciphering Corps soldiers found. Then I'm afraid the same goes for all other locations marked on the drawing. Whoever did this must be crazy. I cannot comment on the perpetrator's mental state. but at least this explains the high radiation levels in this area. The unusual symptoms displayed by the E.L.I.D patients in the settlement and within the ranks of the Survey Corps definitely has something to do with our crystal planters. Leader, Mr. Dmitry, I have finished logging all of the data and visual records on the crystal. However, I have discovered something else. There's more! Forgetting about all the dangers of the clock radiation, the impatient Dmitry ends up striding up to the crystal. Andres points at the rock strata that have been chipped off slightly at the base of the collapsed crystal. Beneath the gray rock, one can just about make out a white metal outer shell wrapped around the bottom of the crystal. I was just trying to get a more accurate measurement of the size, but once I cut the rock open, I realized there's something even more startling down there. It seems to be some kind of device, but I doubt it's just for reinforcing the collapsed crystal. Can you dig it out completely? Not at the moment. Its base is firmly embedded. To keep it intact, we need professional excavation tools. We also need a container designed for storing collapsed crystals. It'd be dangerous to just bring it with us considering its size. Forget it. Save all the visual records and coordinates for now. We'll come back for it later with reinforcements. And let's get back. This is a very important discovery. We must restore external comms ASAP and report our findings. Right. Anders, contact Mekdi and Belka. If they haven't found anything, tell them to head back. Right on cue, communicator starts beeping. And then when the line connects, a deafening howl can be heard on the channel. Yeah, is my luck really that rotten or what? Why else would I run right into this guy? What's happening? Bad news, Mr. Tsukai. The Boojum that we encountered before is hiding in this tunnel. I think it's badly hurt, but that only makes it even more enraged. Yeah, Mekdi found a Left 4 Dead. We're gonna die, we're gonna die, we're gonna die. We're still gonna die. Tsukai, if I don't make it back, don't you dare delete the anime I recorded back at the base. I'm gonna watch it once I get a new frame. Cut the crap. We're over right now. Hang on until we get there. Easier for you to say. It's in a pretty bad state, but we're no match for it even if it's 2 against 1. If we can't beat it, run. Isn't that your forte? Save your strength before we get to you. Focus on pinning it down and don't let it approach the cave entrance. We'll only consider it a direct confrontation once we're all there. That's an order. Make sure you comply. Alright, I definitely survived long enough for Big Sister Kai to come to my rescue. Mekdi, we talk together now. Lukai terminates the call and looks at Dmitry. Boojum from before is in a tunnel that Mekdi and Belka are exploring. Anders and I had to go help them, or they won't last long. Ha! That's freaking hilarious! Having to meet together, eh? Dmitry barks out aloud and raises his communicator. This is First Sergeant Dmitry. Do you copy? The Boojum we encountered earlier has shown itself again. Remind the boys at the cave entrance to stay safe. All units, prepare for battle. The two of you that I ordered to stand by. We'll return to your position in roughly 7 minutes. Once we regroup, we'll head straight for the Boojum's location and engage it. After giving his order, Dmitry checks how many rounds he has left in his weapon. You're coming too. Of course. I should have waited for the Boojum to kill the others one by one, and leave the cave and continue to wreak havoc on the local settlements. Don't just stand there. Get a move on. I don't be dragging 2 piles of scrap metal on the way back. I'm the one shot. Lose no more than 1 unit. Okay, that's a special condition. That's fine. Don't care, kill him. The Bujum gurgles one last time, and then it gives up the ghost. The ghost? Get clogged. Oh shit. I double tapped. Its ravaged body slams to the rocky walls and slowly slides to the ground. As the corpse shifts, its outer shell peels off and faintly glitters. Pieces of metal fall from it. They clink crisply as they hit the floor. Nikolai, those are... Nikolai gestures to an Andrist, indicating that she should stop speaking. Dmitry walks forward and picks up each of the metal pieces. He says nothing. Instead, he pulls out his combat knife and plunges it into Bujum's soft, exposed innards. Those are probably the dot tags. With each sawing stroke, he opens a bigger and bigger hole in the Bujum's body, with nauseating slime and collapsed crystals oozing out. Wow, that's creepy. Is he trying to dismantle that Bujum? You know, like those heroes who kill dragons and eat their hearts or something? Ew, that's way too gross. I'm going to watch the perimeter. Let me know if anything comes up. Wow. Good heavens, he's reaching in there. Is it really going to pull out this heart? Stop narrating for him, Nicky. Stop standing around with your dicks in hand and help me out already. Dmitry breaks his silence to call his men over, then speaks quickly to them. They help him enlarge the hole of the Bujum, and Dmitry half crawls into it. After fiddling around for a bit, he emerges covered in filth and savagely wipes the ooze off his mask. That was fucking disgusting. I don't think even the arbiter back at home smelled that bad. What are you looking for? Dmitry doesn't really answer Nikolai's question. Instead, he cleans up the items he found inside the Bujum. It's a glass box, roughly the size one would use to hold a ring, with small fragmented glass crystals on it. A ragged cloth is stuck in the box. The part outside the box is unrecognizable. The only part of the fabric which retains its original color is the part near the seams. Looks like a UNC military flag. My guess is that it was used to wrap up the dog tags in the box, but it's been corroded away. Bujum's fluid seemed to have gotten them into the box too. I hope what's inside is okay. Dmitry opens the box and takes out a small chip and a major military sound recorder. The inadequate seal on the container means that they are covered in collapsed crystals too. He pays no heed and wipes the recorder down before pressing the play button on it. This is Warrant Officer Nikolai, overall commander of 1364 platoon of blah 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 blah. We received orders from above. Perform an environmental survey of this region. So it was him. The sound of the recorder is heavily garbled. A complex mix of emotions fills Dmitry's heart as he listens to the voice of his old friend in the recording. I don't have much time. We fell victim to a planned ambush. Our comms, gear, and protective equipment were destroyed. The enemy, PMC, called Manji Security, and Nidos. Nidos? What? Nidos from Paradise? Ah, so you know about Paradise. Wasn't Paradise wiped out long ago? Looks like they're still around, and they managed to get new helpers too. Looks like that job Manji Security had escorting medical shipments was just a cover for them to restock their arms and ammunition. It seems they were already planning to attack us since then. So those bastards were lying in wait all this time. The recorder keeps playing. Nikolai doesn't sound like he's in good shape. His breathing is coming in rapid gasps. Manji Security, far more complex than appear on the surface. They're helping Paradise, lighting collapsed crystals, and carrying out experiments. We did everything we could to obtain the information stored on that ship. We made a simple list. The crystal positions and Manji Security defensive layout, and tried to get out our troops who could still fight to take it out. Most of us have already infected by E.L.I.D. Our guys are suffering from sickness. We're also almost out of ammo. We probably won't make it out of there. We probably won't make it out of here. Dmitry's body tenses up in anger. He is silent, but anyone near him would be able to hear his teeth grinding. Either Mr. Dmitry doesn't seem well. Be quiet, keep listening. The recording keeps playing, but the sound quality keeps getting worse. It seems Nikolai's body is reaching its limit too, because he's coughing non-stop. This is a warning. The purification work is under threat. The final aim of Manji Security and the Nidos, unclear, so we need to preserve this chip. We'll talk about Paradise in a minute, after this. For that reason, we'll fight to our last breath, even if we had to do it with our bare hands. Only by fighting back against the entire world, not ever stopping, can we take back everything we've lost. I once saw reports when collapsed Aphelions bloom, nearby carbon-based life forms have a high chance of turning into Bujins. I hope it's correct. Oh, wait. This is... Oh, he's the Bujin. It might sound ridiculous, but it's the only way. Yeah, so Nikolai turned into a Bujin. Very rapidly, but he turned to a Bujin. I hope our reinforcements find this. Hope that the news in this chip will make it out. No, it doesn't matter who finds it. Anyone who finds it, please kill us. Please listen to our final words as human beings. We are the soldiers of the UNC's Environmental Purification Project Survey Corps. We have never once bowed our heads, nor will we ever. Clucked. Yeah, he was probably the boss who just one-shot. The recording ends. For a while, the darkened mind is silent. The men from the Survey Corps are well beyond anger at this point. Their eyes are wide and bloodshot. The dolls from 404 look at the corpse of the Bujin they just killed and recall the words spoken by the deceased. Nobody can confirm the true origins of the Bujin. Perhaps it was just a monster that cruelly devoured the remains of the previous unit. But there is no doubt that in life, it was the toughest thing in this region. A veritable walking fortress. Andres, can you read the chips for contents? It is standard military issue, but its exterior is damaged, and I'm not sure if I can encrypt what's inside it. Mr. Dmitry, can I take a look at the chip? Dmitry glances at Andres, then takes the chip out of the box and hands it over to her without a word. I can decrypt part of it, but we'll need a professional for the rest. Also, this chip is write protected, so we can't back up its contents or transmit them. Just show me the parts that you can decrypt. Of course, leader. Okay, since we're moving on from that whole portion, I just want to make a quick note on Paradis. So, the information that should be publicly known about Paradis is that they're a cult. The ones who have deep information about them is the Stasi and the KCCO, but more like General Carter and probably Jaeger. I'm not even sure if all the KCCO knew about what Paradis could actually do. Other than that, Paradis being like this super big military organization, that should not be known. They should just be known as a cult that steals dead bodies and stuff. So the idea that Dmitry knows about them is a little weird. Yeah, it's more of a matter of like just how deep Dmitry was in the KCCO to know all about that. Because, at least to me, he sounded like he was just a grunt. The Earl? Yeah, of course. But the Earl isn't part of the KCCO. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, the Earl is like a super special case. I usually don't count him as public, you know? Like, he's literally a British spy. So... Andres shares the portion of the data which she can decrypt with Kukai via a level 2 connection. Are these email logs? Birds with feather flock together, as they say. What did you find? While the embers of rage are still smoldering in Dmitry's eyes, he seemed to calm down. We found logs of emails exchanged between Monty Security and a company called Sect Faben. Sex what? It would be easier to think of them as the supplier of the medical products you're using. However, right now, they definitely don't look like an ordinary pharmaceutical company. Stop cock-teasing me and get to the point. In order to progress the regional perpetration work, the UNSC has dispatched multiple teams deep in the yellow zones to conduct environmental surveys. However, their losses are severe and the data they sent back isn't very ideal. The causes of these casualties have been classified under sudden environmental factors, and the cases have been closed, right? I learn a new word every day. You don't know what... You never heard the word cock teasing? I hear it all the time. Yeah, while they were partially caused by human elements like the Varyakers or organizations like Monty Security, they're responsible for fewer than 50% of our team losses. Well, that's the problem. You should probably see for yourself. Nikolai asks Andres to project the email logs. After quickly scanning through them, Dmitry's expression suddenly changes. Those people are fucking insane! They... Fuck! I'm assuming that's fuck. I don't actually know. My internet word for now is edging. Well, I guess I'm old at this point, so... After seeing Dmitry cursing out loud, the other two Survey Corps troopers move in to take a look. Wait, so Paradeus and Monty Security are operating in areas other than this one? I heard of one of the locations and mentioned in these files. One of my buddies who went through boot camp with me, was posted there, and then I never heard from him again. This is just part of the email logs. In all likelihood, there's more incriminating evidence of their secret activities in the parts we haven't decrypted yet. Also, while we're not sure how exactly these collapse crystals are being used, there's one thing we can be sure from these emails. Paradeus is conducting human experimentation with collapse radiation, and these collapse crystals are used to adjust the collapse radiation intensity. Their test subjects are, for the most part, deceived and brainwashed United. Sounds like a big project, and judging by Nikolai's paper, I take it they buried a ton of them? That's why they needed to help from external armed personnel. A security PMC that usually operated in green zones would draw a lot of attention if they sent people in yellow zones over a long period of time. But if they're transporting goods or escorting research personnel on expeditions to gather samples, that would be the perfect cover. There's no way the UNSC wouldn't have noticed personnel movements on that scale. I'm pretty sure they have people in the UNSC, and they have control over their policy to some extent. I need to get this info and evidence to my superiors and let them handle this. Every day these fuckers draw a breath is another day the world is in chaos. And I won't let the deaths of our comrades be in vain either. These chips have very strong write protection, and it has a self-destruct program built into it, which will trigger if it's duplicated, among other things. Right now, all I'm going to do is physically get the chip out of here. I have an out-of-topic question regarding T-Dog's autonomy. Have all the T-Dogs gained better tactical acumen since Frontline 1? Yes. So, it is well known that experience is huge for a T-Dog. The more experience a T-Doll has, the more skilled they are. That's like an actual like stat increase for them. Yeah, I know. In any case, we'll be meeting up with our guys at the mine entrance. We need to head out ASAP. Anders hands Dmitry the chip. Dmitry returns it to the glass case with the utmost respect. He looks at the Bujin's body one last time without saying anything, then leaves without looking back. So to elaborate on your question, Smokey, there was a situation in Ghost Frontline 1 where there was a squad of T-Dolls that were put through training to fight simulations of high-ranking Nidos, like Nemogen, Mercuros, like basically Nidos that would one-shot them more or less. And they've lost for days. But eventually they got to a point where they got so much experience against the Nidos that their win rate increased exponentially. And that's pretty much the common knowledge there, or the common occurrence there. The more experience that T-Dolls get, the higher their acumen becomes. It's also why the Griffin T-Dolls today, by today I mean in the current timeline for Ghost Frontline 2, that's why they're so extremely valuable. Because they have so much experience, and that's why the Girard group wants them. Two hours ago. Man, we transferred the activation permissions for the collapsed crystal catalyzers. Right. Blue Spear studies the screen before her coldly, then begins entering a series of commands. All the catalyzers are warming up. Wait, are you seriously going to use that? Yes, I have discretionary control over the activation, the number of activations, and when they will be activated. But it's too dangerous. Given the number of crystals in the region, the radiation density is going to exceed 10,000 rebriants? Those are black zone levels. Our top priority is to recover the item and eliminate any witnesses. If we cannot recover the chip and eliminate the survey core and 404 by the time the deadline is reached, then this will be our failsafe plan. Blue Spear's response to the mining security officer is cold and aloof, as though this simple, savage, and insane plan is one that is reserved for when there is absolutely no other choice. However, that is not the case. She silently studies the file in her neural cloud. It was written a long time ago, even before the very first catalyzer was installed. Its title is the Poway Plan. named after the first picture humanity took of darkness. And now this darkness from the depths of space is about to descend upon the world. A radiation spike like that will draw the attention of the oversight department. You might be in danger too. Then make sure you see that there's no need to activate the failsafe. You talk like it's so easy. I believe Sakfabin should have told you that I am in command of this operation. If you will not obey orders, then I will have you replaced by someone who will. The plan would not be meaningfully impacted by the loss of one person. Also, your previous misjudgment led us to missing the best opportunity to wipe out the survey core detachment in one fell swoop. You were also unable to recover the objective beforehand during your previous encounters with the Bujim. That Bujim moves fast and has a wide range. We were pursued for nearly 300 kilometers. The minor security officer feels a twinge of pain in his head as he thinks about the 2+ weeks he and his men had spent chasing the Bujim. It was as though the thing was intelligent, intentionally avoiding his forces and circling around them, but then it also destroyed everything it saw like a mindless beast. We also split off forces to dismantle the base stations and eliminate any raiders and fighting hunters we found, and then we also encountered the survey corps reinforcements after that. They had a good commander with them. He could have taken us out. It doesn't matter. Sakfabin will not tolerate mistakes. Are the people who make them. Why you? Pardon me. After realizing how dangerous his position is, the minor security officer gives up on trying to defend himself. Have you found the targets yet? The survey corps and 404 are hiding in a disused Jahonda salt mine. According to the reports from the team sent to pursue the Bujim, the wounded creature is probably hiding there too. If we can lock the area down, we can trap them in there and take them out all at once. How long will that take? 3 days at least. The interior of Jahadna mines is quite large, and we haven't surveyed it again after planting the collapsed crystals there, so we don't know the interior layout well. Also, they could be anywhere inside there. We need time to find and kill them. That's too slow. Once the RC's of survey corps reinforcements arrive, you will cease operations and leave ASAP. When that happens, this place will become a dead zone that even they won't be able to enter. By eliminating them, we will have more time to recover the mission objective. Are you really going to use that plan? I might not have to. Tell me, if they were gathered up and I could find a location, how long would it take you to deal with them? Given the difference in our numbers and equipment, it would only take half a day. The survey corps was fairly under strength to begin with, and the Bujim is already heavily wounded. If we can find it, we can kill it quickly. The problem is those 4 dolls. We'd have eliminated the survey corps already during that battle if it wasn't for them. I will take care of those dolls. Focus on dealing with the survey corps and the Bujim. That works for me. How are you going to deal with those dolls? I have my ways. Secure the salt mine and surroundings before I arrive. Every exit must be watched. Unless they attempt to escape, you are not to engage them without orders from me. Understood. Also, have you found the survey corps members who split off from the main body? Pretty much. Pretty much. I believe I already told you to get rid of them before I arrive. Lucifer isn't angry, but the coldness in her voice is more terrifying than mere anger. We found them all. It's just that there's one more squad that we haven't eliminated yet. I sent my guys over. Good. Pick up the pace. Blue Spirit hangs up, and then she picks up a call from Cocoon. Are you there yet? We've reached there in another hour and a half. Good. I want to confirm something with you. The UNC reinforcements will arrive in around a day's time. Will you make it in time? At the moment, yes. However, I need to activate the Jahanda mine's catalyzers. As for the other catalyzers, that will depend on the outcome of this operation. That's fine. The sword is in your hands, Blue Spear. How you swing it is up to you. However, Cocoon pauses for a moment, and then her voice grows cold. If a gladiator does not win, she will incur the wrath of her sponsors. Also, don't forget that we've received explicit instructions. The evidence must be recovered for the mission to be considered complete. Just eliminating this personnel is nowhere near enough. Understood. In that case, all the best in your mission, Blue Spear. I look forward to your triumphant return. The more input, the better result. Yeah, that's basically how T-dolls work. I would say it's at a much more advanced rate, though. But yeah, the idea is correct. If they had a commander of sorts, their growth would be accelerated. The short answer is yes, but it's not like a stat boost, right? It needs to be a good commander. There is some mysterious stuff going on. Like, for instance, Persica can't figure out why using a commander or getting commands from a commander makes the T-dolls much more efficient at their job. And yeah, it's car 98k. So if T-dolls act alone, then they're statistically worse off than if they're actually commanded by a good commander. It's one of those weird things. Is she popular? I would say no. I have not seen Car win in any popularity polls, not win, but at least in top 10 of any popularity polls. Wasn't even in the top 10 for most letters. As far as the side T-dolls are concerned, like the ones who aren't like actually in the story, but they're popular anyways, that basically goes to the usual. Wawa, Springfield, M200, basically the exclusive T-dolls. So M200, and the two other ones are three other ones that I don't remember right now off the top of my head. Yeah, Swomi's popular as well, but that's more because of her stats. Negev is popular. RPK is ultra popular, but she's story relevant, so I don't count her. Wasn't Kurosa equipped with some sort of command module as well? Yeah. She's an elite T-doll. ER-18 is story relevant, so I don't count her. But yeah, she's popular. Not as popular as everyone else, to be honest, but she's popular. I think out of all the Hume dolls, she is the most popular. I would say AK 47U is more popular than 74. And DP12, that's what I was trying to remember. DP12. DP12 is omega popular. DP12 and 404 return to the mine entrance, where she shares what he's found with the other men. After hearing what happened to the deceased and about Monty's security arrangement with Paradis, just about everyone present is filled with anger. We can't die here. Yep. Right now, all of us have critical information. This information was won by the sweat and toil of our brothers, and they gave their lives to bring it to us. So we have to make sure we carry their voices out of this godforsaken place. And the people who killed them, who are harming this world even now, must be punished for what they've done. Damn straight. I'm not sure if I actually say damn straight. That feels more American. We'll show them. That's right. Get the word, Sarge. What will we do now? Listen up. Our upcoming operation is codenamed Smoke Signal. After this, we'll be breaking up into groups, then scattering. I sent those details to your terminals. Proceed along the indicated routes. If just one of us gets out of here, or finds a usable base station, we win. Don't worry about the people behind you. The path ahead will be much harder. Yes, Sergeant. I am proud to have served with men like you. Remember, everyone, achieve your mission with all of your might. Despair not to your last breath. Don't let go of your lives or your beliefs. The men are fired up by Dmitry's speech and eagerly begin gearing up. Meanwhile, Dmitry has the 404. For once, he doesn't look annoyed or disdainful. Instead, he hands the box containing the chip and the recorder to Bukai. Secure this 404. I arranged for my best guys to go with you. You want us to hold on to this? Yeah. Right now, the server core is low on men and ammo. We won't be able to take those Monty bastards on in a straight fight. We need some way to ambush or surprise them. That's why I think giving the chip and recorder to you is the best course of action. Nikolai hesitates for a moment, then accepts the box. Understood. This place is heavily radiated, and the collapse storm could occur at any time. Plus, those fuckers are bound to launch an attack. So if, and I'm saying if, Dmitry lowered his voice. If the guys with you get hurt or killed, or if they stay behind to cover your escape, don't worry too much about them. Get the chip out of here. That's your top priority. You mean you're not going with us, Mr. Dmitry? Me? Hell no. I gotta lead my boys to victory, right? I mean, there's no point in the boss being on the battlefield if he doesn't do shit. But you have no chance of winning. Nikolai didn't have to be so. Dmitry doesn't flare up like usual hearing Nikolai's flat denial. Instead, he laughs. Like I said, you tin cans don't know shit. You think humans are dumbasses that only listen to what they want to hear? What do you mean? All of us here, down to Salagas, who just enlisted, we all know the odds of making it out alive are slim. Hell, even if the reinforcement survey corps show up right now, we won't be able to contact them to get help either. I'm pretty damn sure those manji cunts are jamming our signals, and nobody knows how many of our boys who went out to set up base stations are still alive either. So yeah, rather than hope we find a base station or that we can make it out into the open to contact the brass, I'd rather place my bets on your team while we do our best to ease the pressure. If you make it out, it'll be worth it. If we survive, that's the cherry on top. Remember, if you get that chip out, we win. But you're really going to die, you know. It's not like with dolls. Shit, you think we don't want to live? But you know what? When the time comes, we'll make our deaths count. None of us is going to back down from that. The important thing is that when we die, it won't be a joke because those fuckers will share over tea and biscuits. Oh, what the hell you grind your gears about? I guess tin cans will be tin cans after all. Not like it do you any good to understand it anyway. Just follow your orders and get the chip out. Don't worry about what happens to us. Racist to the end. The funny part is that this is actually not because they don't understand. It's because they do understand because of how much the commander cares about everyone making it out alive. That's where most of this is coming from, and why they're so, oh, at least Kukai at least, why she's so apprehensive about this whole thing. Got it. After seeing Kukai put the box away, Dmitry nods in satisfaction and heads back to his men. Listen up. We move out in about half an hour. Failure is not an option for this mission. Got that? Yes, Sergeant. As the soldiers shout their assent, a deafening alarm fills the air and every man's collapse. Radiation detectors glow with an ominous red light. Radiation level is rising rapidly. Fuck! What the fuck is it now? Everyone, check the seals in your suits. Given the movement of the glass particles, over 90% of them are coming from inside the mine. Dmitry, you need to get out of here now. Yeah. Now hear this. Operation Smoke Signal begins now. All groups, move as planned. Keep regional comms clear. And once you leave the comms range, group leaders are in charge. 404, as the core team, you leave within 10 minutes. Make sure you keep the chip safe, 404. Of course you will. However, just as everyone finishes the gear checks and prepares to leave, shadows in the night pour in and surround them. Their twisted bodies and savage maws are made even more fearsome by the encirclement. Where did all these E.L.I.Ds come from? They were probably drawn here by the high levels of class radiation. Dmitry, take your men and pull back so you can support us. 404, prepare for battle and get ready to intercept these E.L.I.Ds. There's a difference between being suicidal and knowing when to die. Yeah. Like, he's basically right. He's making the correct moves. Like I said, it's all about the mentality. Basically, all of the Griffin T-Dolls are geared to save each other, like, almost no matter what. The only time that is superseded is when they need to protect the commander. Once they need to protect the commander, they're all about sacrificing themselves. Well, the commander and the AR team, I should apply that to. Because the AR team, they can't back up, or yeah, they can't back themselves up. Clankers would be clankers. A Terran Vulture? Yeah, I love those. So technically, it's a program directive? No, it's not. It's a genuine feeling that they want to do. Because that's what they've been used to now. They're used to saving each other because that's what the commander taught them. To respect their own lives. But they don't really have a sense of self, so they would rather put their trust in the commander. In fact, let me grab a really useful quote that I tweeted out before, just so I can make this point clear. It's been a while since I posted this, so it may take a minute. I found it. Here. Let me zoom in some. So this is during continuing turbulence, back in Frontline 1, when 416 was fighting with Griffin, and her main partner was AK-474, and 416 asks, "You believe in the commander?" And she says, "I can't very well believe in you, can I? Why do you always have to believe in something? Was I supposed to believe in myself instead, 416? Do you even know what self is? I don't even think I even want to know. Our computational algorithms are called thinking, while the contradictions created during the process are known as emotions. But do we actually have a sentience and a self? What are you getting at? Pretending to be a philosopher with that grouchy face? I'm just saying that the reason I find it impossible to believe in myself, or I'm just saying that's the reason I find it impossible to believe in myself. But I believe in those that believe in me." So what she's saying is that since the commander believes in her, she will believe in the commander. And that's the general sentiment for basically all the T-Dolls in Griffin. They follow the commander's directive because the commander genuinely believes in them. So hope that clear things up. Violates their own sense of self? Yeah, it does. 404 and the Survey Corps put up a valiant resistance, but in the end, they got forced to beat a fighting retreat into the depths of the mind. Thanks to 404 supporting fire, the E.L.I.Ds in the mine tunnels are temporarily cleared away, but they can still hear the howling of E.L.I.D hordes some distance away. They take advantage of this brief respite to rest and reload. This an E.L.I.D factory or something? How many dolls met their end at submarine base? Like they were never put in a new body. I believe, yeah, everyone was backed up by Dandelion and M4, but mostly Dandelion by the end of it. So everyone is alive at the submarine base. The spawn rate is way too high. They just keep coming, big and small, in one continuous wave. My guess is the nearby E.L.I.Ds were all drawn in. We may have cleared out the ones around here, but judging by their audio signatures, there are many E.L.I.Ds near the mine entrance, so we can't escape that way. But if we continue staying here, we'll have to contend with the rising radiation levels inside the mine tunnels. What's the collapse particle situation like? Their spread rate is influenced by the wind and is continuing at its original rate. The strange thing is, the radiation intensity isn't dropping with spread distance, which means the total amount of radiation is increasing. Increasing? No way, are the collapse particles generating themselves or something? Kukai. Underus does not use her vocalizer modules for this. Instead, she requests communication with Kukai over on level 2. He looks worriedly at the nearby soldiers from the Survey Corps. They've lost even more people during the fighting just now. After realizing what Underus has in mind, Kukai switches to level 2 comms as well. What's wrong? The protective suits have been compromised during the fighting just now, and we don't have enough material to patch or replace any breaches in the seals. If the radiation intensity keeps going up, they might have a hard time going on. Got it. How much longer till the radiation intensity reaches critical values? If the curves for spread rate and intensity uptick remains constant, about 2 hours. Take the 2 of them and keep watch nearby. Get as much information on the surrounding conditions as possible, and thin out the numbers of E.L.I.D nearby. Will do. After ending the transmission, Kukai heads over to the Survey Corps troopers. Most of them are hurt. Their blood and the mud from the journey have mixed and dulled to a dark brown which stains the ragged protective suits. Dmitry, who stands at the head, has just finished encouraging his men. He is sitting against a rock wall, and the soldiers he spoke to earlier are gone. Dmitry, you... Everyone who's alive is fine. Everyone who's dead won't have any more problems. The radiation levels are rising. We can't stay here for long. I know that. Give my Brata some time to catch their breath. Let me pause for a second. There have been a couple of clowns calling me tourist since I didn't play the first game. Yeah, there's gonna be some elitists out there. So the big thing is that for the people who are, well, let me say this. There are more people who are starting with Ghost Frontline 2 than there are people who are from Ghost Frontline 1. That's just a fact. And the people, the veterans, if they want people to learn more about Ghost Frontline 2, it is on our Ghost Frontline 1, it is on us to provide that knowledge and not be elitist about it. That is my take on it. He pauses, and then he gazes, and then his gaze settles on the radiation sensor Nikolai is holding. How much time do we have left? You do great with that, I know. I try. 2 hours. Right, 2 hours. Dmitry falls silent. He looks at his men sitting in a group, and he seems to be thinking about something. Perhaps he's running low on stamina, but his clenched fist is trembling slightly. However, he's doing his best to keep his face calm and steady. Oof, that's loud. Suddenly there is violent shaking. Salt particles from the rock fall scattered like powdery snow. Dmitry stops talking and springs to his feet from where he's leaning against the tunnel wall. Is that an earthquake? Not far away, Andres, who has been assigned to sentry duty, runs back while trying to keep her balance. Nikolai, there's an explosion. An explosion? What happened? Hey! Well, that was a really loud hey! Oh, that would be so fucking funny. I'm not sure of the exact reason, but a part of those pipes on the wall. Why am I laughing at that? I just imagine just someone saying A really loud and it causes that vibration. My mind is stupid sometimes. I'm not sure the exact reason, but part of those pipes on the walls, the ones built to supply the sanatorium with those natural gas, appeared to have ruptured. Stop it. It is very likely that the pipes in other areas contain compressed gas wasn't cleared. The E.L.I.D broke the pipes. I know you guys are spamming that, stop it. Caused the gas to leak, which led to an explosion. A gas leak? And a single explosion couldn't have created an impact like that. True, perhaps there were multiple explosions at once. We'll have to investigate the blast site to learn the exact reason. It never rains, but it damn well pours, doesn't it? Andres approaches the two of them and glances at her sensor. Chakra data. Well, it's not entirely bad, Mr. Dmitry. Do you even know the situation right now? I'm not in the mood for jokes. This is no joke. Andres projects the data from the sensor. The wind speed within the tunnels have slowed down, also because the explosions triggered a collapse inside them. As a result, the collapse particles rate, the spread, have slowed considerably. This way, we'll have more time to clear the E.L.I.Ds before we leave. Of course, we'll need to think of a way to patch up your suits first. The truth is, I was thinking, the sanatorium inside the Drahatnadna salt mines must have been flourishing once. In addition, Paradis Unitas were active in this region. Perhaps there is some supplies left behind. Dmitry realizes he was wrong about Anders. He was wrong about her random wiki knowledge, and licks his lower lip awkwardly before clearing his throat. You're right. What I meant to say was, you dolls are always able to analyze things so clearly regardless of this current situation. Well, that's because we're machines that can only run on algorithms after all. Dmitry sighs in relief after hearing the good news. He scratches his head in embarrassment and his spirit seemed to have lived a little. Ah, so he has been getting a little less racist. Also, the Rebellious trailer. I have not watched it yet. So, next up, we should go investigate what's going on in the tunnels and come up with the next step of the plan while looking up usable supplies. Don't forget to drink. Yeah, I should. That's right. However, the radiation levels in the tunnel are still very high. Certain regions might extend your suit tolerances. In contrast, while we dolls do face a certain degree of risk from high radiation levels, we can still move freely until the radiation intensity reaches 10,000. How do you say that word? Vibrance? 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 Vibrance. I don't know. Vibrance. I'll go with that for now. Nikolai doesn't directly state her desired conclusion, but Dmitry looks away and lowers his voice. We'll stay here. You can handle the scouting. The E.L.I.Ds in this tunnel haven't been cleared yet. Should I stay an adult here to help out? They say Vebs. Nah, it's only our suits which are damaged. Besides, we got our guns and bayonets. We can hold out for a bit. Alright. Unders, contact Belka and Mekti. Get them to gather up. We'll be exploring the tunnels. The Vebs are real. The Vebs? The V's are real. Four leaves. What a way to start off. Dmitry rubs his forehead and glances over at his surviving men, who are huddled together and discussing something quietly. There is barely concealed worry and fear in their eyes. Chin up, lads. Would be a disgrace if we humans gave up before dolls, yeah? We need to live for the sake of our fallen Radva. I would say fallen men. Their families are waiting for news, and we need to take care of them too. Sarge, actually, we... Hey, hold a minute. Look guys, a signal. It's a signal. The trooper holding his terminal is so delighted that his voice is trembling and he's on the verge of tears. He eagerly points to the monitor on his communicator. I was just thinking, maybe we could go check. The guys who set up the base station might still be alive, so... We're saved! We're saved, aren't we? Oh man. This guy has not played Girls Frontline before. The troopers seem to have been driven nearly mad by the possibility of survival. They all crowd around, seemingly forgetting that they have terminals of their own. No, that's not right. This signal isn't on our line, is it? Who the fuck cares? If there's a signal, it means we can contact the outside world. Didn't the Sarge say that backup would be arriving soon? Once we meet up with them, won't need to fear the Manji Paradise or whatever. Calm down. This might be an enemy trap. It'll be revealed if we respond or establish a two-way communication link. But we just can't give up on that, right? I haven't seen my boy in half a year, Sarge. Oh man, that's a crimson red death flag there. No, that's a black death flag. Put a skull on that shit. Just as Dmitry is torn between what to do next, the terminal which has received the signal picks up an unfamiliar comms request. 5 seconds pass, but the request to pick up is still going. The monotonous dial tone echoes in the cavern, while the communication terminal notification lights keeps flashing. After thinking for a moment, Dmitry presses a few buttons on terminal and silently shares the transmission with 404 through the regional comms frequency. After that, he hits the accept button. The communication link is successfully established, and an inorganic voice speaks over the line. Greetings, First Sergeant Dmitry. Who's this? Dmitry hears a beep, indicating that the transmission has been successfully shared with 404. I am the doll in the command of module security detachment. You may address me as Blue Spear. Dmitry's face twists into savagery as he hears the other person identify herself. He takes a deep breath, trying to speak as calmly as possible. The hell do you want? I would like to request your surrender. Go fuck off, you piece of shit. I'm gonna just assume he said that. I believe you should calm yourself, First Sergeant Dmitry. Arguing will only waste time, which is something you do not have. Close enough. In addition, Blue Spear pauses for a moment. The network you are currently using is under my control. Your communications are severely restricted and only effective within a limited range. I have just detected an attempt to jam this transmission and intercepted an attempt from 404 to call for help. I trust this will be the last time you attempt such actions. Isn't that right, First Sergeant Dmitry, who has shared this call with 404 and a doll imprinted to the 416 firearm, who attempted to call for help? Unless, of course, you want the radiation levels to rise more quickly. Fucking bitch. Okay, even better. So all of that was your doing. I had hoped to deal with you in a more simple manner. That was merely because I had no other choice. In truth, the actions you took have exceeded my expectations and caused no small amount of disruption to my progress of my mission. Therefore, I was hoping we could make things easier for all of us. Easier? Who the fuck do you think you're kidding? You better hide and pray don't find your worthless ass. A head-on encounter is the worst-case scenario for which your side needs to avoid at all costs. If things come to that, I am absolutely certain I can eliminate all of you. The entrances to the mines have also been demolished. You have nowhere to run. You blew them up? Given the circumstance, they will only serve to waste ammunition and supplies. Like I said, I would like the situation to be resolved quickly and expediently. Yet, you are constantly creating new complications for me. I dislike the unexpected, and so do my employers. Get to the fucking point and stop slicking to the sound of slicking. Stop slicking to the sound of your own voice. I believe I have made my objective very clear. I'll repeat myself. I would like you to surrender. The tracer replanted on the blue gem have been destroyed. Since you are still alive, I take it you have already killed it. Still, that is not important. I want what you have. If you hand over the chip and recording device, you may state your terms. Fuck off and dream of electric sheep. I've got the evidence of all your crimes right here. Like hell, I'm going to hand it over to you. Dmitry, former warrant officer of the NSU Armed Forces. In 2064, when General Carter's NSU hardliners lost power, as a member of those hardliners, were transferred to the Southwestern Military District. In 2067, You were transferred to Purification Zone W-2067-0341 as part of the 777th Railway Defense Forces. In 2068, you were demoted to First Sergeant for retaining confiscated property without permission. What are you getting at? I have briefly summarized your background. You are a much more intelligent man in contrast to your comrade Nikolai. If you agree to my request, I can spare you, and I can guarantee the survival of your men, while your communications and personal freedom will be curtailed to some extent. It is preferable to death. Humans only have one life. I hope you will cherish yours. The hand Dmitry is holding the terminal with trembles. Please give me an answer within 10 minutes. The same applies to Hide 404. Death is not a concern for us. Your terms are invalid. We are willing to compensate you handsomely if you will amend your terms of your commission. To my knowledge, while you are unregistered dolls affiliated with the NAMFA, you are fundamentally mercenaries who work for money. My employer can match your client's price, provided you surrender to us and accept the deletion of your neural cloud logs corresponding to this time period. Please give me a concrete answer. A reply in the affirmative will constitute acceptance of cooperation. Even though you are only second-generation dolls, you are still dolls, and as such, you should not be swayed by your emotions. I hope you will make an accurate assessment of the facts and make the logical choice. Your intelligence is not accurate. Nani? Rules and Regulations of Hide 404 Members, Commissions, Article 1. Unless a commission is cancelled or the client violates the terms of the commission, no mission in progress may be aborted under any circumstance. Rules are made to be followed. Nobody can break them. This includes me as squad leader. And besides, Ukai pauses for a moment. Her tone becomes more forceful. As an elite doll, I am sick and tired of listening to a tin can like you who only knows how to follow orders. Bluespear clearly did not expect the response from Ukai because the channel goes silent. Good! LOL. God damn, this is the first time I've actually been happy to hear something from a doll. Now then, Blight balls, or fuck balls, or whatever the fuck your name is, listen up. You're right, we only have one life, but how we live it and where we live it is up to us. So if you want my life, you can come and take it. But here's the thing, you can't do that right now, can you? I have the fullest confidence in doing so. If you do, then why blow the mind entrances? Wouldn't sending your bully boys in to take us out be easier? The way I see it, there are only a couple of reasons why you do things that way. One, you don't actually have that much in way of firepower, and you don't have much control over the collapse particles, which means everything you just said was a bluff. Two, you're stalling for time because you're too far in our little cave. Or perhaps you're waiting for the right moment or something. As I recall, those manji mutts of yours didn't have any tin cans with them when we fought them earlier. And of course, and you want to bluff on an empty hand with me? Fuck. I was hustling when you were still fucking screwing the tube bomb, shithead. Human spirit equals racism. What a shame, First Sergeant Dmitry. I was under the impression that you were an intelligent man. Still, I look forward to meeting you later. The transmission ends, and the signal cuts off shortly after. In her vehicle, Bluespear checks the call duration. Have you found them? Yes, I got the replication locked down. Reallocate your men and focus your firepower. Do not move your sentries from each mine entrance. This includes the ones which have already been blasted shut. The particles within the collapsed crystals inside the tunnel complex have already been fully released, since the radiation intensity won't go up much anytime soon. Don't you think they'll try to reposition if they get the chance? The remaining supplies will not allow them to attempt large movements. The E.L.I.D remaining in the tunnels will constitute a major threat to them. I will arrive in about 1 hour. Do not make any mistakes until then. I mean, you don't want them to have to make mistakes at all, so that's kind of weird to say. Understood. Yeah, that was a good moment of him. Like his swearing ass. Swears more than a guy in the hood. She expects moves. That's true. That's probably what it is. 4-4 heads over to the entrance they use to enter the mine. As expected, it's been blasted shut. You guys know what that means. I tried clearing the rocks away, but there are too many of them and they're too big. I don't think we can get rid of them. Andres, can you use your big gun to clear us a path? Andres doesn't respond eagerly to Kukai like she usually does. However, she doesn't seem to have blue screen either. Clearly, she's distracted by something. Ah, does something matter, Kukai? Did you notice something? If you're having trouble processing it, you can transfer information and progress to me. No, I feel a little uneasy. It's about the transmission just now, as well as the condition of the Survey Corps troopers. They'll be fine for now. You gotta rotate your racial slurs. I heard that line before, I just don't remember where. As for Bluespear, she just said that she'd rather much take the chip and record it directly. So we need to investigate our surroundings, replenish our supplies, and come up with a plan to hold her off and counterattack. Yes, Boondocks, that's what it was. It's been a while since I've seen Boondocks. I love that show. We don't know how strong she is, but 4-4 needs to be ready to fight her. No, I mean, I'm worried about the effect Bluespear's words might have had on the troopers. Yeah, they're kind of fucked as it is. In fact, are you talking about the Bluespear's terms? Dmitry and I have already rejected them. We will not be cooperating with them under any circumstance. I understand, but leader, I met a lot of humans in the Green Zone, and humans aren't like us. I believe in Mr. Dmitry, and I believe in the troopers that have wept and bled for their fallen friends. But everyone has their weak sides, and if they feel uneasy about this, it might spread. I don't know what Bluespear's aim is, but for the troopers, the terms she stated while trying to negotiate with us must have felt like a lifeline thrown out to a drowning man in a storm. You've got a point. They were always trying to take the easy way out before this, and now that an alternative's shown itself, a single person given to his weakness might lead to everyone turning traitor. We should be careful, Big Sis Thukai. We truly finish if they pretend to be putting up a fight while they're secretly working for Bluespear. I don't give a fuck. Mekti picks this moment to yawn, to the point of tears bleeding up the corner of her eyes. Then she reaches up to rub them clean. How can you be sleepy at a time like this? And I'm tired. This mission is so tiring. Don't worry about it for now. We have the chip and the recorder, so no matter what the server decides to do, it won't affect our current mission. Thukai looks around. Dalka, set up an alarm here in case Manji tries to assault us through here. Don't use the network alarm. The moment it picks up motion, have it make as much noise as possible. We'll keep exploring the area. Concerning what Bluespear said just now, they're going to move in soon. All we can do until then is learn as much about the tunnels as we can. Four searches around the location of the mine sanatorium while keeping track of the time and their distance from the survey corps. They check in with them at regular intervals to share what they learned. We've been searching for about 2 hours, right? There's pretty much nothing here. I figured they went around clearing out all the assets in the sanatorium when they went bankrupt, so everything useful and valuable was probably taken away long ago. Looks like all that effort was for nothing. It wasn't entirely fruitless. Andres pats a pipe beside her. These pipes had some natural gas in them. It sells for a lot in the white zones. What is it even used for anyway? Are we going to have some survey corps guys take a hot bath? And besides, according to our sensors, there's only a little left inside. The main storage tanks have already been emptied or out, so if we try to sell this data to white zone gas companies, they'll probably turn their noses up at us. We're actually really lucky, aren't we? Natural gas is explosive, right? And since these pipes are so old, they should be pretty leaky too, right? But they're all fine, even after we fought that Bujam and E.L.I.D and all. Honestly, these humans are such morons. Everything was running fine, but they didn't even bother to check the pipes before they left. Now there's all this dangerous gas in here. You just have to sniff to tell that there aren't any leaks. That's not necessarily true. Natural gas only has a smell when an odorant is added to it. It's colorless and odorless in and of itself. Nowadays, they don't use natural gas in the yellow zones, so most people in dolls don't have anything to detect it with. That makes it fairly dangerous. That does add up, actually. Still, you don't have to worry. Natural gas only becomes explosive once it reaches a certain concentration. Considering the size of this place and the amount of stored gas, there is pretty much no chance of explosion. Really? Should we call you Andoruspedia or something? Yeah, you can call it Wikipedia. Oh yeah, maybe the Great Library of Andorus. Like in those Isekai series. Oh, she's into Isekai now? Green societies make heavy use of natural gas, so the handbooks for cafeteria employees have detailed rules and regulations for working with gas. That's how I knew. Right, that's enough talk about trivia that's irrelevant to the mission. Everyone, stay alert and carry on. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Andres suddenly comes to a halt. Now, here's my question: is that going to be relevant soon? That feels like a what's the word I'm looking for? A Chekhov's gun. Hang on, leader. I found something. What is it? I've been monitoring collapse radiation intensity all this time, and the levels in this area are lower than any other places. Could it be that the collapse particles haven't spread here yet? Andres, run a simulation on the collapse particle spread rate, with wind speed factor in, at 5-minute intervals. Will do, leader. Leader, I have the results. Particle density here is fairly low while their velocity is quite high, and they are all moving in a similar direction. And at last. What did you find? An exit. If the particle's moving fast, it must be wind, and since wind doesn't occur naturally in a mine, there must be some opening on the outside nearby that's letting it in. Wow, I see. Yeah, he must have heard of an anime or something. So jealous. So jelly. I'll go find the exit right now. Just wait for good news, Big Sis Nikolai. With that, Bucka runs off into the passage to the left. We didn't even tell her which way the wind was coming from. Don't worry, Bucka just happens to be going the right way. The words listening to instructions had never managed to take root in that head of hers. Nikolai shakes her head and continues on the left-hand passage. Andres, head back to the previous fork and relay what you learned to the Survey Corps. Then meet up with us when you're done. Magdi, pick up the pace. We need to catch up to Belka. There are quite a lot of E.L.I.Ds here. It'll be dangerous for her if she's alone. Unfortunate, Belka's model doesn't exist yet. Okay, I'm gonna refill my drink while this plays out, so I'll be right back. Ah, Fukai, why are you so broken? Belka runs so fast, she's gone in the blink of an eye. It's so dark inside. She's got some guts. Stop talking nonsense and keep up. Thanks for saving me, big sis. There's so many E.L.I.Ds here that I thought I'd never see you again. If you run off by yourself again, you can save yourself. But I just wanted to help you, big sis. What, it's my fault now? The situation now is dangerous. Any mistake could be fatal for all of us. I won't do it again. I'm sorry, big sis. Forgive me, please. After seeing that Belka seems sufficiently contrite, Nikolai decides to drop the subject. A short distance away, Andres is running towards the group after passing on her findings to the Survey Corps. Andres, any changes in the wind speed? Yes, I've been monitoring the wind speed data. The further in we go, the higher it gets, so I'm confident we'll find the exit soon. Good. Keep going. At last, 404 reaches the end of the mine tunnel. The heck is this? No way! The tunnel entrance before them has almost been blocked off by rocks, but a wooden beam has fallen to deflect the fallen stones in such a way that there is an irregular hole roughly 30 centimeters wide on the lower left side of the entrance. There is no light coming in through the tunnel, or through the hole, probably because it's quite a distance from the outside, but they can hear the cold night wind of the yellow zone blowing through it. Well, there's no way anyone's getting through that. Not even a midget like Mekti could get. Not even a midget like Mekti could do it. Andres, scan the thickness of the surrounding rocks. Assess the loading of the surrounding rocks and support beams. Then see if your big gun can punch through them. Understood. Andres performs some quick measurements. Leader, I estimate I should be able to enlarge the hole around 50 centimeters or 1 meter wide. That'll do. Also, given the crystallization of the surrounding rocks, this collapse was not caused by the demolition just now, but by something that took place a long time ago. See. Nikolai looks down and thinks. That means there's a high chance this place is a blind spot in Monty's security defense layout. If we can make this breach 1 meter wide, it'll allow us and a survey corps to escape through it. This probably isn't the right time for this, but my backup battery only has enough charge to barely start up that big gun. It's definitely not enough for an attack, not even once. That thing gulps way too much power, like it's eaten up half my charge on this mission so far. Must have been hard for you, Mekti. Well, I'm not exactly complaining about it here, but I do need to get Deer to improve the efficiency a little. We need to meet him first in order to do that. Andres, head back to the fork and update them. Everyone else, stand by. Would Kukai actually be a good sister in real life, like her behavior? If it's like pre-Girls Frontline 1 Kukai, no. If it's Girls Frontline 1 Kukai, like during Girls Frontline 1, sort of. And Girls Frontline 2 Kukai, yeah. She played the stern big sister role. Strict, but actually quite caring. After contacting the Survey Corps, Andres tells Dmitry about the hole they found and 404's lack of power. Following Dmitry's orders, 404 returns to the mine tunnel where the Survey Corps are. Huh? Are we getting up on that hole? We tried all the other tunnels. That might be our only way out. But we don't have the power to widen it. Even without the big gun, we can probably dig it out by hand, right? That beastman's giving up and waiting for death, right? We don't have the luxury of doing that. Monty Security and Blue Spirit might attack at any time. Based on her transmission, we don't have much longer left. In addition, we don't have any tools to use. And digging it by hand isn't a realistic option either. And wouldn't we better have someone watch over it? What if Monty sends someone in through it? We installed proximity sensors on every tunnel entrance we could find, so we don't have the post sentries. Rather than waste time and effort on that hole, we should meet up with the Survey Corps and come up with another plan. The leader Kukai, I'm still a little worried about the stuff we discussed earlier. I know Mr. Dmitry asked us to take the chip and recorder whilst they stayed out behind to cover our retreat, and you and Mr. Dmitry basically came to the same conclusion just now. But I can still tell he's hiding something. I'll keep an eye on the chip and recorder. The rest of you stay alert. If they do turn on us, fall back to the regions with higher particle density. Their suits are damaged and they're probably low on ammo. There's no way 404 could lose to people like that. The other three dolls nod. Now, keep quiet. We're almost there. Four returns to the tunnel where the Survey Corps is waiting, and they discover the troopers sitting around a patch of empty ground, quietly discussing something. Laurent, you see his position? After this, take your guys and break through. Ignore everything else. I'll do my best to keep the fight focused on the other direction. Think it'll work? Depends on our luck. All we can do now is take the chance. I hope things don't get bad enough that we actually have to do that. Got it. Once we're done, we'll head back ASAP to support you. Yeah. After handing out assignments, Dmitry looks out to see 404 and signals them to come over. What are you doing? Kukai studies the patch of empty ground. It is covered with salt from the tunnels. There is a simple map and various symbols drawn on it. The upper left part of the map has been circled for emphasis. It would be really surprising if Dmitry is a traitor. It's not something you tin cans will understand. He just won't stop. This is a defense plan. We used the environmental data you sent back to make a rough sketch of the surrounding terrain. This way, we can set up ambushes around the areas with lower radiation density and ambush those Monty security guys. We weren't just sitting on our asses while you guys were out. Dmitry taps on the circle part of the map and writes an F there. F means fuck, obviously. Nikolai looks at the map. Wait, are you guys going to fight the body security head on? Damn straight. We're going to teach them a lesson. Our main suppliers cannot support an assault like this. We'll be going against the body security and Blue Spear, whose fighting power is unknown. This plan is foolish and I do not approve of it. Wasn't asking for your approval. We weren't expecting 4-4 to fight anyway. During this time, head back to the hole you found and escape through there. You Gauls have neural cloud cores or something, right? That ought to count as evidence too, right? So be careful on the way out. You can lose as many arms and legs you want, but don't damage those brains of yours. You don't have the firepower to widen that hole. Even if you can hold up on Monty and buy us time to retreat, it's still unworkable. After hearing Nikolai's answer, the Survey Corps troopers laugh. You managed to get their response down perfectly. I told you guys, right? She's a total stick in the mud. There's no way she could come up with a plan like that. You see now? Don't rely too much on machines processing. In the end, the human brain is more useful. Good thing I didn't bet you on that, Sarge. Otherwise I lost that last crate of vodka under the bed when we get back. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Are they making fun of Big Sis? I guess they are. Although she is kind of a stick in the mud. Andres, stand back. I'm sure Big Sis would get mad if they keep making fun of her for another minute. No, another 30 seconds. But fighting is bad. Oh, Andres. As I see Kukai's face turn more and more grim, the Survey Corps troopers manage to hold themselves down in time. Had enough fun? Would you mind telling me the rest of your plan? You can't wire in the hole because you don't have enough power, right? If you don't have it, then just find it. The power supply in the sanatorium has been cut off. There's still some natural gas in the gas lines, but we haven't found a matching transformer for them. Which means we can't make use of them. How is that a problem? You need power? We got it in spades. Saying so, Dmitry points to the military backpacks off to the side. Are those batteries? Yep, of all kinds. And they have universal interfaces. Take everything you can use. But where did all these batteries from? Mr. Dmitry, did you? As she thinks of what the answer might be, Andres quickly glances at the protective suits that the soldiers are wearing. Just as she expected, most of the indicator lights on their suits have gone gray. Only a few people, including Dmitry, have lights that are still on. Unable to compute what the troopers might be thinking, Andres' neural cloud crashes. What the heck? You're actually making some pointless calculations again, right? What is it now? You think we'll surround it to that like fuck balls or something? Just look at you. Government safeties are off. Think you're going to fuck everything up at the last minute with some death struggle that end up getting us all killed? Don't get mad, Mr. Dmitry. Just hear me out. I'm terribly sorry. Why are you just admitting it? After taking in the adults' reactions, Dmitry laughs scornfully. Save it. There's no way 10 cans like you could possibly comprehend the choices we humans make. Logic isn't everything. Your hard-coded definitions of victory and defeat don't apply to mankind. And besides, do you actually think we let you walking calculators? Holy fuck, he doesn't stop. This man doesn't stop, he just keeps going. Think like your walking calculators know if we actually wanted to trick you? Don't look down on us humans. It's precisely because humans are so unpredictable that we're so wary of them. What? You expect me to praise you for that? Forget it. Arguing now would be a waste of time. Just take the batteries that you can use. Don't go making excuses later on because you can't blast a hole in that tunnel. But you'll be in great danger. But the power supply, your suit's protected effects will be greatly reduced. Please, we've been guarding the Great Wall Railway for many years now. We know these things inside and out, and definitely better than you. We're both low on firepower, and you're still gonna weaken defensive now? You must be fucking insane. Huh? Well, you can blame this fucked up world for that. This time, Dmitry doesn't bother arguing with Nikolai. Instead, he decides to roll with what she's saying. He once said this place used to be part of the NSU, with fields and roads and cars. People lived in towns, close to the land, under a blue sky and surrounded by green as far as the eye can see. Well, we weren't born in those times, and we sure as fuck didn't see any of that. Only thing left now is desert. You guys seems confused. She's not sure what he's trying to say. He saw those people in the settlements on the way here. All they can do is hide in their shitty little houses, waiting to die of old age, sickness, or be eaten by wandering E.L.I.Ds. That's the yellow zone. That's what life here is like. But are things in the green and white zones that much better? The entire fucking world is like this. Once we lived all over this land, but since those fucking collapse particles spread everywhere, all we could do was huddle in our shelters without taking a step out. And even though... Dmitry's voice suddenly fills with anger. Even though we're all stuck in our holes, there's some brainless, blind fuckers out there who love their luxury prison cells and want to stay in them forever. Money security, Paradox, and whatever fucking Fobin is funding them. We need to do something about those bastards. Otherwise, we won't be able to live with ourselves. That's right. Those bastards need to pay. You know, I once thought that General Carter was gone. The NSU was gone. And that any point in being a soldier was gone with them. But you know what? This purification project crap, though it sounds sketchy as hell, is actually managing to slowly take back what used to belong to us, to all of mankind. That's what I saw during all my years in the Great Railway Forces. So regardless of what I believe or what kind of state the NSU is in, protecting it is my duty as a soldier. Hell, as a human fucking being. And besides, this is NSU land that I'm standing on it right now. I once said I'd do anything to protect it, and that hasn't changed one single bit. Dmitry's words fire up the soldiers around him. This crude and brutish sergeant is used to having his actions speak for him. He's berated every man here before, and he's also stood at their head to lead them. Everyone here knows that there's a burning fire in his heart, but they never once knew where his anger came from. Perhaps what drove Dmitry to desperation, to depression, wasn't the destruction of his ideals. Being rejected by the people around him, or the things being left unsaid with his friend that he would never get resolved. He was deeply unhappy for this world, and yet he loved it dearly. There was no way someone as passionate as him could sit back and watch the world march to destruction without feeling a thing. And naturally, he hated himself for being too insignificant and too weak to do anything about it. but ever since he joined the armed forces and pledged to protect the Soviet Union, he has never once put down the gun in his hand or in his heart. His words remind him of the men of the Survey Corps, of the oath they took. Once, they swore to join the NSU Army to help push forward the purification project, but every time, things had not turned out the way they had wanted. But even if things do not turn out as planned, as long as they can do what they can for the sake of their oath, it will serve as the kindling for flames of hope, the bedrock on which civilization will be rebuilt. This vast land will bear the proof that they have existed. Nobody knows who was the first, but one by one, the troopers straighten up, solemn looks on their faces, before looking towards Dmitry and saluting him. This is not a rational decision. Even without taking blue spirit combat power into consideration, the men of the Survey Corps cannot face Manji security. The only way you'll accomplish your mission is if 404 stays behind and engages them. Otherwise, you'll be throwing your lives away. I told you, right? For humans, victory doesn't abide by the definitions you have in your heads. What's winning, you ask? For us, it's making sure you guys can get that chip out of here. For being able to give those arrogant bastards a good spanking would be a nice bonus. I repeat, according to your plan, the probability of High 4 successfully evacuating the chips is at most 24%. Meanwhile, the probability of Survey Corps perishing is 100%. My calculations aren't wrong. It's not too late to change your plan. What's this? A machine trying to point out the flaws in my logic? Do I look like an idiot to you? I do not understand what you're trying to say. Ukai's tone is a little stiff, but the look in her eyes says she isn't going to back down. You don't want to admit it? Alright then, tell me, if 404 stay behind to face the enemy, what's the probability of the Survey Corps surviving and getting out of this place with the chip? Not even 5%, right? We're going to die if we stay, but does it mean we'll live if we go? These are our lives, and we get to use them any way we like. So don't worry about pointless crap, you tin cans. And besides, if we let you tin cans handle the fighting, oh my god, he's going! You just run up and bash your heads into those guys, right? What you need right now is tactics. You had to be tactical, got it? We will adopt the most ideal strategy. You don't have to worry about that. The most ideal strategy? Those Manji guys have adults too, you know. Think our processing power is that much worse than yours? If you can think of a plan based on whatever data you have, they can do the same. Then you lose the initiative and they'll beat you like a drum. Relying too heavily on the unpredictability of human beings. The fact is, after seeing Nikolai wants to press a point, Dmitry clicks his tongue in annoyance. That's enough of that. If you're a machine, then use your ice-cold logic and do your job. What's the point of bitching about this anyway? And besides, we're your clients. All 404 has to do is follow orders like good little robots. Got that? The hell you tin cans even know? Dmitry's tone is as unyielding as ever, and his expression shows no sign of softening. He quickly rips off the battery from his suit and throws it into the backpack. The remaining troopers follow suit without the slightest bit of hesitation. Now, all the lights on the Survey Corps' protected suits have gone out. I don't understand. If Fleet dolls are destroyed, all we lose is a stretch of our memories. But if a human dies, that's the end for them. That's why humans instinctively preserve their lives as their top priority. But what you've done is the complete opposite of that. I truly do not understand why you have made this choice. Ah, that's enough. Shut up already. That's an order. Got that? An order. Now take those batteries and fuck all the way off. Like I said, I don't understand why you're doing this. But I respect and understand that you and your choices. First Sergeant Dmitry. The fuck are you doing? You being so formal all of a sudden is creepy as hell. As he looks at the solemn expression on Nikolai's face, Dmitry realizes what she means. Perhaps humans and dolls would never be able to think the same way and reach the same conclusions, but at the very least, they can have the same goals. Don't go pretend to be so serious. Although he still looks like he can't be bothered with any of this, Dmitry holds his hand out to Nikolai. I'll say this one last time, so listen up. We are the 3760. I am not saying all of that. Holy shit. You can go fuck right off. Bring the contents of that lockbox out of here in one piece. Get it out of this mountain. And get it out of the contamination zone. Got that? Request acknowledged and accepted. We will bring the chip and record it out in one piece and hand them over to someone trustworthy in your NC government. They solemnly shake hands, and then Dmitry's face cracks into a smile. That's more like it. See, you tin cans should have just done that earlier. That way we wouldn't have any issues, right? Stupid bitch. I swear this is the last time I'll ever work with a tin can. Now get out of here before I change my mind. All the best. They've argued every step of the way here, but before bidding each other farewell, they finally shake hands and make peace with each other. The proximity alarms hide for left in the mine entries begin to go off 20 minutes after they leave. The final battle is at hand. That was good. That was good. That is, I gotta say, I did not expect the I did not expect them to sell me on Dmitry, but they did. He's a good character. I thought he would just be generic, honestly, or I shouldn't say generic. I thought he might be too played up. I think it's a big thing. I thought he'd be too played up. You think Kukai would be used to the rationality of humanity? Well, for the most part, she's always worked with Squad 404. The only one she's actually really worked with is Angelia and the Commander, and they were practically the same person. And I would say they were more logical than Dmitry, but at the same time, they were in, I don't even want to say a much better situation, especially not Angelia. But they've always had a situation where they weren't the ones who had to sacrifice themselves. It's always been the T-Dolls, and not them. So the shoe being on the other foot, I think, is just an imbalance towards her. It's a new thing. At the dog tag scene, reconnaissance complete. Regional information has been. Oh wait, sorry. Reconnaissance complete. Regional information has been consolidated. Transmitting. Receiving data. Echelon deployment complete. They can probably hold on for a while longer. Let's go, Mekti. Don't die, okay? I wouldn't necessarily say Angie sacrificed herself. She did, technically, but it was like forced sacrificed. It's like forced sacrifice, you know. It's like, well, I'm tired of getting fucked up in the head, so I'll just go ahead and go with the plan. Like, I think Slow Shock kind of fucked over Angelia's personality quite a bit. The best example the best example that I can think of for the commander is Polarized Light, when he had to literally go out himself and fight KCCO by himself because all of the dolls were occupied. Well, actually, 95% of the dolls were dead. 5% of the dolls remaining were occupied. So he had to go and disarm the bombs and fight KCCO by himself. That would be a sacrifice. But that was he was in a really, really, really shit situation. And at the end of the day, Kukai was able to save him. So there's still that. It wouldn't really break Kukai's logic. I've installed a temporary signal booster. Big sis, we can contact the circuit cord now. Dmitry, do you read me? There's a short burst of static, followed by Dmitry's annoyed voice. Cut the crap and get to work. Right. Andre, set up the gun. Mighty, help hook up the backup power. Will do, Leader Kukai. Mighty, I'll have to trouble you to help me out. Okay, who knows? Maybe if I finish up quick, I might be able to... Mighty hesitates for a moment and decides to not finish the sentence. Focus on the mission. Welcome, stay alert. Ensure there are no threats within 100 meters. Avoid contact with any Monty security forces. If you do encounter them, fight them out immediately. Leave it to me, big sis. 4 force members take their position, and the sound of Survey Corps exchanging fire with Monty security comes over in the comms channel. Imagine if Ulrid was here. Yeah. Yeah. This would be a great character moment for Ulrid, honestly. Like, her mind would be rebalanced. Hopefully she comes back. Oh wait, but then also Dmitry is an asshole and a racist. So maybe Ulrid would be like, yeah, fuck that guy. You go kill yourself. Squad 2, fall back to point 5. Draw the enemy in. Squad 3, flank them to the right. Or from the right. Dmitry parks his orders amidst the gunfire, serving as a rallying beacon for his men. His troopers have entrusted their lives to him. The battle cry and blood are the fuel for their ideals. Sarge, Squad 3 has taken out the target. Your orders! Bang. The trooper's voice is drowned out by a torrent of gunfire and says no more. Reality is as cruel as ever. Squad 3, do you read me? Squad 3! Fuck! This is Squad 5. Squad 3 is... they're all gone. Squad 5, fill the hole. Yes, Sergeant. Sergeant, this is Squad 4. We've encountered E.L.I.Ds. Your orders. Yeah, that portion was actually really funny with Diane's event. It's actually really, really funny. Because Golfin is like, hey, I'm a doll here. I should be protecting you. And Commander's like, No, you don't got a pistol. You're weak as fuck. I got this. He has like his assault rifle and started shooting everything. And Cold Fury's like, what the fuck? Why is my commander so badass? Kill the fast movers. Don't let the others head towards Larian and 404. The battle rages on. The regional channel is filled with the sound of gunshots, electrical static, and the howls of the E.L.I.Ds. There are fewer and fewer responses to Dmitry's voice. Dmitry silently counts up the number of survivors, then grits his teeth and makes up his mind. Oh no, he's hot! Larian, how are things on your end? Just arrived. Got delayed by a bunch of E.L.I.Ds. I've opened the compressor valve, but I'm the only one left now. Okay, I see what they're doing now. This is Chekhov's gun moment. I'll get back ASAP. Although he's doing his best to pretend that there's nothing wrong with him, his voice trembles a little. Nobody can be completely unmoved by death. Right. Stay there for a bit and keep an eye on things. Contact me once you confirm that it's working. And stay safe out there. Everyone, begin falling back to point F. Mind your ammo while moving. Once you reach point F, close with the enemy and draw them in. Having received their orders, the soldiers murmur their accents and begin their final relocation. Coffee? Colgate coffee? On 404 side. If I'm not wrong, they placed a lot of emphasis on point F, right? They circled it heavily on their map in the assault. That was the place from the first batch of intel we sent back, and if I'm not wrong, it's a pipe room near the puppet bass. A small room sealed on the three sides. The water and gas pipes for the bass pass through here. Then, are they going to... Their sister Nikolai, are they going to be okay? From what Dmitry said earlier, the natural gas is dispersed throughout the entire pipe network. Even if it leaked, the gas you see in that room would be enough to trigger a detonation. Don't worry about that. Focus on the mission. Andres, Mekti, how are things on your end? Leader, we successfully connected the backup power supplies. We can begin loading the program. Start now. After the program is loaded, follow it immediately with a warm-up sequence. Begin a countdown 1 minute before firing. Got it. After giving out orders, Kukai switches to the regional comms frequency. Dmitry, we begin loading the program. Are you still there? Of course. Who the hell do you think we are? Everyone, hold fire once you get to the point. Wait for my signal. The channel briefly goes quiet. Is Blue Sears there? Not on my side, but some of the squads falling back have spotted her. A deafening gunshot blends with an ear-piercing shriek from the E.L.I.D. Shut up! Dmitry, what happened? Dmitry! There's no response from the channel for a long time. About 5 minutes later, all noise from the other side slowly fades away. I am here now. Blue Spear's cool, calm voice comes over the regional comms channel. Velka, destroy the amplifier. 4-4, cut all comms now. The transmission cuts off. Looks like he's dead. Our racist boy is dead. Oh, he's alive.
404との通信が切れた以上、これは用済みですね。連絡員1名をここに残し、他は404の捜索を。調査隊の生存者は見つけ次第処達。報告は必要ありません。ディミトリー総長、ほとんどの場合、絶対的な戦力差の前ではどんな戦術も無意味です。だからこそ、極めて稀有な事例が伝説となる。
くたばり損ないが。
Like I give a fuck.
どこです？
知らねえな。人形がどこへ行こうが関係ね
え。あなた方がおとりで、彼女たちにチップを託したことは存じております。時間を稼ごうとしても無駄ですよ。
てめえらには見つからねえさ。居場所を聞くくらいだ。どうせ地形も把握しちゃいねえんだろ。笑えるぜ。ここで散々パラデウスと乳くり合ってたくせによ。その銃がなけりゃてめえらみてえなおまぬけなんざ今頃全員俺にぶっ殺されてるぜ。
そうですね。しかし私には時間がありません。残念です。あなたが状況を理解し正しい選択をしていれば彼も死なずに済んだものを。
I like how Bluespear can kill all of them literally like super fast, but he just won't. She was just chilling, let him do his thing. It's like, let him have a bit of hope. She just missed a QT. Oh, back-to-back cutscenes. That's interesting. See, this is someone who doesn't understand humanity. Wow, she is acting really nerfed right now. I'm not gonna lie.
3、2、1。
That is massive. So we'll talk about that cutscene in a little bit, because I got something to say about that. Just a gun. Observe light discipline. Fall back at top speed. Head to northwest. Yes, Leader Kukai. Come on, run, run, run. Should we head back to the fork and try to contact those guys? Kukai glances back at the mine entrance. It is spewing flames and belching smoke like an actual smoke signal, sending a warning of danger into the distance. As she watches the plume of smoke rise into the sky, Kukai's gaze hardens. We're leaving. Hide 404 runs through the night as explosions go off non-stop behind them. Ooh, nice. Okay, so I'm gonna confirm real quick. So I have the same opinion on that cutscene as I do with Quartz versus M4. It's a really good cutscene, and it shows how good humanity can be. But that should not have worked. Not even a little bit. And I think I need to drive this point home. So let me bring up this, because it feels, I honestly get a little annoyed how selective this tends to be. And I know a lot of Ghost Frontline 1 veterans know that this is an issue as well. But it's kind of hard to talk about it, because we kind of know it's the problem, but then we lose out on the rare moments where humanity actually can win at times. But everything that has been said about Ghost Frontline tells us that that should not have worked. And unfortunately, the site that I usually use isn't working right now, is down for some reason. So let me go to here instead. This will just take a little longer to grab because I don't know exactly where it's at. But I think I can do it. Just find it. It's gonna be a little spoilery if you're following the Ghost Frontline 1 summaries. But I feel like I really need to show this. Let me see. I think it's here. No, it's not. Okay. Oh, I think this is it. Might have gotten lucky. Yeah, it is. I gotta go back a little bit though. Okay, here it is. Let me scroll up a little bit. Let's go with zoom in. So, this is Angelia. As a well-trained agent, Angelia is incredibly fast on the draw compared to her other former colleagues in StateSec. However, when compared to a doll, she is still hopelessly slow. Her hand trembles uncontrollably at such a close distance. Even though the bullet only hit her pistol, the impact was still strong enough to rupture the crook of her hand. That was when she tried the quick draw on a doll. And the doll is so fast that she is described as hopelessly slow. And she is one of, if not the best agent in StateSec. And she's done a lot of actual fighting. She's not like a desk sitter. She is out on the field all the time. So I am always taken out of something like this, where Bluespear, it doesn't matter how dumb she is. She's a doll. She has reflexes. She can react. And if she saw the stuff that Dmitry was doing, and Dmitry was doing stuff literally in front of her, she would have reacted. So that's why stuff like this bothers me all the time. Dmitry was just built different. Yeah, like Quartz. And like I said, it's one of those things where we know this is bullshit, but we forgive it because it's one of the rare moments where the humans win. Pride becomes before the fall. It's not even related to pride, to be honest. Like, you're basically just saying that she allowed it to happen. He ate Dmitry the dollars for no reason, duh. Like I said, this is the same issue that I have with Quartz. I mean, she was literally right there. Racism came on the accuracy. Racism plot harder. I think Bluespear mostly let it happen. I mean, that is like the only plausible reasoning. She just let it happen and played with them. But I don't know. Bluespear doesn't seem like that type of character to me. She seemed pretty straightforward, honestly. But yeah, it is what it is. I like the cutscene. I just think it could have been better if it made better sense. A computing debuff. Yeah, exactly what one trans. She really did kind of stand there. That's what bothers me. But okay, I'm gonna move on because there's still a lot to read. I just really needed to get that out there. Oh, we can blame Lunacia. Lunacia gave the actual plot armor. They move quickly, avoiding E.L.I.D attacks as best they can, but still sustained high output movement is rapidly draining with but little of their charge remains. Leader Kukai, we'll need to lower our travel speed if we do not replenish our power supply within 20 minutes. Understood. Maintain our current speed as we move on. Are you sure we're supposed to be headed this way? Feels like we could easily get lost by a GPS to track our position. We can use celestial navigation. Since there are frequent storms in this region, the sky is actually clearer than the green and white zones. According to the stars, we're proceeding in the general direction of our temporary base. That said, pinpointing the location of the supply caches we encountered along the way is going to be difficult. Quite difficult, you say? So basically, we're super screwed then? Can we really take those soldiers' stuff with us? Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Mekti isn't just giving up right away? That's new. Well, they just said all that stuff, and they even gave their lives for us. I mean, I don't really understand what this sort of thing feels, but I see in anime all the time. In the human terms, they would be a really great bunch of soldiers, right? So I kind of want to try to be like those MCs in anime and finish off the mission they entrusted to us. That'd be super cool, right? Oh, Mekti. Anime isn't like the best thing to mimic, but you know, this is an anime in and of itself anyways. Doesn't matter. However, Bucko glances at Kukai, who's running at their head. Even if I end up as a pile of scrap here, I'll make sure I help Big Sis complete her mission first. Otaku's fear. Looks like everyone's pretty motivated. Too bad motivation isn't the same as battery charge. Just having enough charge for the four of us to walk out of here would be good. We still got anime. If only we could use magic, then I would say summon supplies and a whole supply point would appear in front of us. You just go ahead and say it then. Huh? Because we just found a supply point. Kukai gestures, signaling for the three of them to stop. Are those Manji security personnel? Aren't they all in the mine? They're probably sentries who were left outside to stand watch. They didn't find our escape tunnel, but there's most likely a perimeter set up around the salt mine. Wait a minute, when you said supply point just now, did you mean... No, we can't, it's too risky. Or it's too scary. If there's no chance, we'll make one. Besides, there aren't many of them, we still have a chance. Hide 404, prepare for battle. Eliminate all enemy units and plunder their supplies. You're screwed, world. Yeah. Depends on what role you are. You'd probably be one of the commanders who died at Singularity. While the battle rages on, Kukai looks around from where she's hiding behind cover and sets her sights on a jeep that's guarded by only one trooper. Everyone, listen up. I'm going to seize the Monty security vehicle at my 10. Baka, Mekti, they put and divide up the enemy with suppressive fire. Anders, follow me and suppress the trooper near the vehicle. Be careful, big sis. Hurry up, won't last much longer here. Move out. As Kukai gives the order, 404 dolls split up and deploy. The isolated Monty security troopers are completely caught off guard by the sudden ambush and panic. Some of the men on the outer perimeter try to drive away, including the man Kukai marked earlier. Anders opens fire to intercept them. Meanwhile, Kukai uses this opportunity to reach the vehicle. Die! Kukai coldly opens fire. Her bullet pierces the vehicle's windshield, and the driver is hit. He loses control of the vehicle, which comes barreling towards Kukai. Kukai seizes the opportunity and leaps on the top of the vehicle before slipping into the cabin through the side window. She opens the door and throws the stunned driver out. Then she takes his place, steps on the gas, and turns the steering wheel around, sending the jeep towards the other three dolls. Everyone, disengage and mount up! After hearing Kukai's command, the others climb into the jeep. Kukai glances at the vehicle's GPS and quickly figures out their current location. They drive towards 404's temporary base, chased by the sound of Monty security gunfire. Believing Australia isn't actually that bad. Yeah, I think the two good places to live is Australia and Japan. Kind of sort of America if you're on the East Coast. And I guess Canada too, actually. If you're on the East Coast, or the East or Northeast. Basically the whole west side is completely fucked. Oh, also Africa. Before World War III. After World War III, not so much. After evading pursuit from Monty security, 404 organizes the various supplies inside the Monty security jeep before toppling themselves off at their own discretion. Good thing we picked a jeep with lots of stuff. It's a shame there aren't any spare parts, but having a full charge feels great. No, Japan is clean. All the refugees ran to Japan. I didn't pick it at random. The vehicle only had a fifth of its designated complement, but its ground clearance was as low as other vehicles. That implied that this vehicle was heavily laden with supplies. Yeah, China got fucked. Yeah. Maybe housing prices will go down. Well done, big sis.
補給が済んだら降りて。
Dismount once you finish resupplying.
マグニに追跡されると厄介だから。
We don't know if there's a tracker on this vehicle, so we'll have to go on foot and avoid modern security catching up with us.
ダウンロードした環境情報と生
I checked the environmental data stored in the vehicle against the static map of the region and found an abandoned settlement nearby. Since our night vision gear is damaged to varying extents and a blast storm is coming, why don't we take shelter there?
そうしましょう。
Right, let's do that. They climbed down from the vehicle and then began heading into the direction Endor's indicated, towards the abandoned settlement. Fortunately for Ford managed to reach the abandoned settlement before the collapse storm hits.
各自休憩。
Right, everyone rest and resupply. Antarctica? Yeah, Antarctica is clean, but good luck surviving in the cold.
電力節約のために。
In order to conserve power, Velka and Andres will use night vision in shifts. Observe light discipline throughout.
はい、隊長。
Will do, Lear. After that, the ruins are plunged into darkness. Fukai takes her terminal out again. What she doesn't expect the signal to come back on or for him to reply. Instead, she just stares at the long list of messages meaning, "Where are you?" And it seems to grant her a small measure of peace.
あの連中と一緒だった頃は、毎晩は
When we were traveling with those soldiers, every night was always lit up. Now, I find a hard time having a bit of trouble getting used to not having them around.
もともと人形に照明なんて
Well, we dolls never needed much in the way of light in the first place. And if it wasn't because Kukai and I got our night vision modules damaged,
明かりなんてつけたこと
we wouldn't use lights at all. Methy leans against a nearby wall.
なんだか。
But
ないや。
for some reason, I just can't fall asleep. Oh man, are you humming the Russian song? I thought the AU had underground cities. There's only one underground city, and you had to have access to it. You basically had to be on the research team in order to get inside it. As Andres polishes her gun, she begins unconsciously humming the soldier's song.
アンドリス。その
Andres, please stop. For some reason, it sounds really weird hearing that
な
now.
んかおかしくなりそう。あ、
I'm sorry. I did without thinking. Unlike how the other three dolls are showing signs of relaxing, Lukai has calmed herself down and her expression is cold as she silently regards the box which the soldiers gave her. Lukai calmed herself down because she was staring at all the messages she sent to the commander, literally.
この任務、必ず
We will succeed in carrying out this mission. The rope binding the box has come a little loose. Lukai carefully undoes it and prepares to tie it back up again.
隊長、8時方向に高熱源反応。
Leader, picking up strong heat signatures at your 8. Everyone, take cover. Before Kukai can finish speaking, she hears the sound of bullets ripping through the air from behind and to her left. Since she can't see, she is forced to swiftly duck on pure instinct. Although she avoids being directly and fatally hit, the high-energy particle flux around the shots ruthlessly melt through her right elbow, and her forearm fires free, along with the case. Damn it, Mekti! Mekti, who's nearby, lifts out and grabs the box. Inertia sends her rolling across the ground, but the box clutched tightly to her chest to save.
危なかった。
That was close. Mekti, behind you! Is Bucko really Kukai's sister? Yes. They're actually sisters. They're the same series of guns. Mekti doesn't even have a chance but back before a shockwave slams her into a nearby wall. The ruined wall collapses and Mekti is pinned under part of it, unable to get free. You're...
ブルースフィア
a creepy mechanical creature they've never seen before, at the exact spot where Mekti has just landed. Monty security troopers begin streaming in around her. So you dismounted ahead of time, just to launch a sneak attack? Looks like you must have been beaten up pretty badly if you had to be this cautious.
これ以上の失敗は許せ
Indeed,
ません
no further mistakes can be allowed. Would? Bluesbeard waves a hand and the troopers spread out, forming a rough semicircle. She stands in the middle of the encirclement, and she is truly a gruesome sight. Much of her synthetic skin has peeled off, exposing engorged muscle fiber bundles that bear scorch marks. Parts of the jet black metallic endoskeleton are twisted at bizarre angles, supporting her still vaguely human-shaped torso. From their configuration, her limbs can no longer be described as arms or legs. They are entwined together in a state that alternates between stiff and twisted. Their ends split into what looks like bestial or human hands. I like robots now. Nikolai knows that this is definitely not normal, but she cannot walk backward from Bluesbeard's current state to figure out what she might have looked like before this. She looks like a patchwork mess of hastily cobbled together repairs, but close analysis reveals that welding points between each segment of her body are very regular, as though this was how they were meant to be. This creature looked especially gruesome against the backdrop of the night and the storm, as though she had abdicated her place as a doll. Only her emotionless face allows her to be identified at all.
変わった趣味してるじゃない
You're looking pretty twisted.
こんなに早く追いついてくるなんて
You must be pretty desperate to have caught up this quickly, huh? Bluesbeard, who had originally ignored Kukai's taunt in favor of glaring at Mekti, suddenly raises a gun and points it at Kukai. Her target has already switched to her remaining left hand and has taken aim at her.
あの調査隊には手こずらされました
While the remaining members of Survey Corps did manage to slow me down and inflict some damage, the four of you would not be able to leave this place.
なら試してみたら
Let's find out then.
お姉ちゃんを傷つけたら
I'll never forgive you if you hurt Big Sis. I mean, she did hurt her, so you should say I'll never forgive you for hurting Big Sis. Belka and Underis points their guns at Bluespear, while Mekti struggles from where she's buried under the rubble. However, Bluespear pays no need to her.
チップを渡しなさいそうすればあなたが
Hand it over and your mission will be over.
あんたを廃品工
It's only over when we send you to the recycling plant.
そうい
Everyone, prepare for battle. Where does 3 Jin dolls get in this form? I don't know, actually. This is a really interesting form. Who thought of this? Finally, a challenge! Our battle will be legendary!
あんたみたいな出来損ないとは違うのよ。私たちはあなたにとどめを刺さない限り405は諦めないようですね。有心の人間にしては大したものです。あなたは最強の名に恥じる決断力と戦闘力を発揮しました。ですがここまでです。
The cavalry has arrived. Oh. She's back in her... Wait. Wait. They put the wrong model? Well, okay, yeah, that works out. Second form damage, unable to switch. So you're saying she can't switch to her second form because her frame was damaged? Affirmative. The doll calls Sextons, nods and coldly regards her former comrade. Stay alert. Bepley, Krolik, get 404 into the vehicle. Now! Got it. Blue Spirit is sprawled in front of the two of them. She raises her head and tries to make out the information her visual modules are relaying to her. Ooh. Sextons. Destination confirmed. You are? Unable to identify subject. So heavy. Sextons, give Bepley a hand. Bepley, you're super strong. Shut the fuck up and do your job. The cold, unfamiliar gaze lingers over Bluespear for a moment longer, and then Sextons shakes her head, paying no further attention to the shot Bluespear. She heads over to Bepley to help her and Krolik boost forward for his frames. As she watches the dolls before them, Fukai snorts coldly. She had expected this much, but she's also a little disappointed. After all, he's not here. When she was facing off against Bluespear and at the end of her rope, she saw a set of blinking signals. Morse code for "Where are you?" At long last, countless messages she sent over all these years had finally been answered. I'm here. Although she was out of rounds, although she knew this was merely a signal to coordinate with her, at the most critical juncture, Fukai used the muzzle flash from her gun to respond to the signal, because she knew that once the smoke cleared, everything would be fine, just like now. So you're the backup Leva was talking about. She got a lot of guts to be bringing in such unreliable reinforcements. Forgive us. It took us a while to pinpoint your positions. Fukai does not accept Gross's apology. She puts on a strong front as she turns away to survey her surroundings. Just then, that familiar voice finally comes through Gross's terminal. It's been so long since we've been last worked together. So how about not being so picky, 416? It's Fukai now. After hearing her stubborn, proud voice, I sigh in relief. I have a lot to say, but I have no idea where to begin. The feelings between Fukai and me are like a recently undammed river, swelling yet still a little stagnant. As his mix of emotions washes over me, I reply with the crappiest line imaginable. So, Nikolai, is that your name now? Then, let me try again. It's been a while, Nikolai. This isn't a very long time for dolls, but it seems to have caught Nikolai off guard. Bluespirit doesn't bother waiting for them to finish their introductions as she begins emitting strange noises with which draw everyone's attention. Must complete the mission. Target self-destruct program has been activated. Self-destruct program? What's she trying to do? I think she's trying to blow up. Nikolai, I will remember that name. We're rivals now. With that, Bluespirit closes her eyes. A blinding white light begins shining from the missing parts of her body. Self-destruct, glass crystal, wide area catalyst activated, initiating countdown. 20, 19. Oh no! What's wrong? Predators have planted large amounts of glass crystals in this area. If they all release their particles, this place will become an instant red zone. You must have linked the switch to our frame OS program. You must destroy her frame before the countdown ends. Groza opens fire and bullets rain down on the ruins of Bluespirit's body, but the program shows no sign of stopping. Look, destroy her torso. Right. Coming. Gently. Gently. Krolik, who has already made it to the side of the jeep, dumps Mekti into Sextans, who is already carrying Belka, and then charges towards Bluespirit while swinging her blade. However, the edge grinds to a halt after making contact with Bluespirit's skull. I can't cut it? The hell is she made of? 10, 9, 8. Bluespirit's countdown is still going. Everyone, open fire! The bullets stir up clouds of dust, but Bluespirit's self-destruct countdown continues inexorably. 3, 2, 1. It's too late. There's a blinding flare of light and the sound of an alarm. Then Bluespirit's torso spews a shower of sparks before going completely dead. Everything is silent, and there is no change in their surroundings. What just happened? Did anything ever even happen? Alright, grab the car and get out of here. Vepley, you're driving. Give me a reading on the radiation levels in the area. Leave it to Vepley. Actually, another familiar voice comes from Groza's comm terminal. Here. Basically, you don't have to worry so much. I managed to terminate that catalyst program. Just barely managed to make it in time. Though, really a close run thing. Good thing I checked Sexton's OS earlier out of curiosity, so I managed to find a loophole I could exploit. Third twins are pretty interesting. Make sure to bring back Bluespirit's body afterwards. Huh? So you mean the program did not even turn on? Then why did you say so earlier? I wasn't sure about it myself, so I kept quiet. Well, fortunately, everything turned out fine. We'll talk about the rest later. This place is pretty dangerous. Rosa, withdraw. Yep, the heir to the rescue. Actually... The stream lasted longer than my ship. Neuralink check. No abnormalities. Brain function check. No abnormalities. Self-diagnostic complete. Voting systems 10%, 15%. Usually dolls can wake up right after changing frames. Are you okay, Kukai? Let me check her data again. Our Neuralink is fine. Our frame functions are fine. Why is the self-diagnostic portion taking so long? I'll keep an eye on her. Mei-Ling, why don't you go get some rest? It's been days since you last slept. Oh, okay. Then please contact me if anything comes up. Don't worry. As her newly activated auditory models detect the sound of departing footsteps, Kukai opens her eyes in the diagnostic capsule. Good morning, Kukai. Although it's actually nighttime now. It's been a day since they brought you back. But that's not important. Give that arm of yours a workout and see if the hydraulics in your new frame are working well, yeah? Kukai obliges and raises her right arm. There doesn't seem to be any damage on her frame. What about the others? You guys are really badly damaged, and transferring your local neural backups took a lot of effort. In your case, you were slightly better off. The other three still need more fine-tuning. Also, Kukai, while I designed Mekti's switch for you, could you at least try to limit the number of times you use it? She's exceeded her operational tolerances. Okay. Yeah? Okay. Just like that? Want me to check your neural cloud again? The affecting personality presets can be really hard to fix. You're the one with the defective personality. After glaring at Deer, Kukai sits up on the examination slab. Deer sighs in relief after seeing her reaction. The look on his face seemed to say, that's more like it. Where are we? Where's the commander? This is the Almo? Wait a minute. Why are you with the commander? How'd you find this? And how did you stop Blue Spear Callus program? Okay, one question at a time. Do you think this is like stuffing data into a stack or something? Fine then, answer one question at a time. Well, it's actually pretty complicated. Or, so I like to say. Let's start with the part where we lost contact with you. When that happened, the commander managed to make contact with me. As it turned out, I had to head down to the region to troubleshoot any network issues. So I got in the Elmo. The commander said Lena sounded very worried when she contacted the Elmo and urged the commander to send his dolls to save you ASAP. But in the end, I was the only one she could get in contact with. And those dolls of his put me through the ringer. There was one called Kolfing who was smiling with every word she said, but listening to her turned my stomach. The air lapses into complaining, but Kukai seemed entirely unmoved. Get to the point. Okay. So after we reached this area, we found our comms blocked. We checked our static maps and then checked out several base stations. Most of them were pretty old and poorly maintained, if they're maintained at all. However, quite a few of them showed signs of being deliberately destroyed by human hands during the recent past. The commander concluded that someone was trying to cut comms to this region. The Elmo signals receivers didn't work there, and after we left, we got service back, but still couldn't contact you. Just sitting around and waiting wasn't a solution either, so the commander organized the dolls in several squads and began searching in the direction you were headed when you last contacted Leva. Guess what we found? You want to play a quiz show? You can help her to a TV station. I just thought you seemed a little too tense. Anyways, while Groza and the others were searching, they found two troopers from the Survey Corps. Unfortunately, they were too badly hurt for us to save. But we managed to protect the base station they set up. So you're saying the military comms line weren't completely cut off? That's right, they were just jammed. So once we broke the jamming, we could use them. And the L just so happened to have the equipment we needed to do it. After that, I worked my magic and modified the Elmo's comms modules to match the wavelengths used by the temporary base station. I'll skip the details. But you can think of it as converting the Elmo into a mobile miniature base station. Right? Once we got the signal back, things went smoothly enough. And with Mei Ling's help, you don't know Mei Ling, do you? She's Elmo's machinist. And she's really good for someone so young. That said, she looks like she's constantly overworked. She looked like she was about to collapse from exhaustion just now, so I sent her back to her room just to get some rest. It's only been a few short years, but the commander's evolved to an even better slave driver than you. Get to the point. Don't make me repeat myself. Okay, I got it. Anyway, after that, we found another signal in this region, being broadcast on another different network. However, the security level was really high, and we had trouble figuring out how to get in for a while. At least until that Blue Spear doll dropped the security level for several minutes to verify your location, which allows to hack in. So you could have contacted us back then? Why did you wait until the very end before revealing yourselves? There was a risk we could be discovered. It's like making a call with someone else's phone. It's fine if they didn't check, but if they had, we'd have been revealed right away. So we didn't step in until we absolutely had to. And that was your decision? I'm the technician. If it were up to me, I would have contacted you right away. After all, I didn't know what happened to you. And contacting you sooner would have let me solve your issue sooner, right? Truth is, it was the commander who told me to not contact you. As she senses the sheer amount of trust placed in her, Nikolai feels like a kitten is treading on her neural cloud. Like you've grown a little over the years. In any case, that's how we found your location and each up on Monty Security and Booster operations. Sergeant Dmitry was one hell of a guy. Thanks to the explosion he triggered, Blue Spear's body was badly damaged. Note that she took a long time to take her second form. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lasted long enough for us to get to you. It's a shame he didn't hear your last exchange with Blue Spear. There was a wistful look on Dier's face. You can pretty much guess what happened after, right? I checked Sexton's frame and Neural Cloud and found that her operation mode was very strange. The commander said that when we met Darcher before this, she should have been working with Sextons. Combine that with how Blue Spear and Darcher kept calling you second-gen dolls, and that probably means they saw themselves as dolls that will be next generation. I verified that much after checking the information over Sexton's Neural Cloud. They perceive themselves as third-generation dolls. Still, her design is quite strange. Her Neural Cloud should have been melted down. Her local neural core is running that fine. That's just weird. Want to ask Leva about it on your way back? Maybe she would know something about it. Oh yes, Leva's with Linda now. Apparently, something came up on Leva's side, and the request for help came through Lena. The commander contacted me yesterday, but it was Lena who picked it up. And she just told the commander to send you guys over ASAP. Send us over? Nikolai looks doubtfully at Dier. But after seeing that he seems clueless too, he decides to drop the question. Forget it. I'll contact her later, and I'll make sure to solve things with her too. Also, you managed to solve Blue Spear because you examined Sextons, right? Yep. Since they're both third-gen dolls, there's a high chance that the design shared certain commonalities. So we tried to hack Blue Spear's neural cloud using the loopholes we found in Sextons. Fortunately, she was so engrossed in pursuing you for it that she didn't notice what we were doing. Then we discovered that scary switch inside her. It could have half the death. It was pretty much a nuclear launch button. Blue Spear, Monster Security, and now Sex Faven behind them. The sins must be brought to light. I'm with you there, but... But what? You know that chip you were protecting? Well, there's a problem with it. What? Hey, relax, it's not completely broken. It's just the data on it is damaged, and it can't be read for the time being. What caused it? Turns out that Blue Spear was being really cautious, even though she looked like she was spacing out. She managed to get one over you in the end. Remember that light from when Chief triggered the self-destruct? It wasn't simply her burning her components out, but a powerful EMP. An EMP? Yeah, it's not like it's complicated tech, and pulling it off didn't need any special equipment. The problem is, at close range, it managed to degauss the chip and the recorder you were protecting. Can it be recovered? Meili and I tried, but there's nothing we can do about it in the short term. That said, this isn't our field of specialty, so we can't completely rule it out yet. I'll contact friends of mine who are experts in this and see what they can do. Get it done ASAP. Alright. Let the chip and recorder in with the commander for the time being. Why did you give it to the commander? This was a request for 404. I have to think about the dangers hidden behind this mission. Kukai is reflexively attempting to exclude the commander from getting involved with them. Lena passed on the message when she contacted the commander yesterday. Oh yes, I think the commander said something about Kalina making the call to him. He's already in the ops room. Want to go see him? I've already loaded the map of the ammo on your local storage. Alright. As I'm discussing 4/4 mission with Leva and its links to the E.L.I.D's previous encounters, I hear the door open and hear the door to the ops room slide open behind me. Unsurprisingly, the person standing at the door is Nikolai. As I think about our previous somewhat awkward call, I quickly adopt a relaxing casual attitude. So, all fixed up now? Looking good. I should have dear help Melee look at the breakdowns on our side if we can spare the time. Provided that you can afford to pay for mechanics expertise. Hopefully it won't be too high. Kinda broke right now. Yes, Leader Kukai. Ever since she became our field leader, it's been nothing but money from her. She sends a long list of bills, fully itemized too, I might add, at the start of each month. I wouldn't mind being more relaxed about our finances, but unfortunately my predecessors didn't leave a penny behind for me. What? You're blaming me for this? Who else could it be? According to Year, Lena is the one who's been contacting the commander recently. Have you been busy lately? You never mentioned it in our previous calls. What are you busy with? In short, I'm helping Colleen look into that matter from before. The commander should know about it too. Basically that little ruckus you all kicked off in ODE-01. Colleen and the others are going all googly-eyed, trying to sort things out. Unlike due to the Kukai, who can gallivant all over the yellow zones as she pleases, we have lots of work to do. Gallivants? You understand the meaning of that word? Listen, do you? I know what you want to ask me. You want to know if the 13 jobs and the happenings on Colleen's side are related to 404's missions, is that right? You want to know too, don't you, Commander? Yep. Well, I don't know. The smile fades from Leva's face on the projection monitor. We found some clues, yes, and we still don't know where these clues will lead. Our investigation isn't complete yet, and until we do verify that these clues are useful, Colleen asked me to not reveal anything over wireless transmissions. Cautious much? Don't worry, it's not because she's aware of you, Commander. But back to the point. Let's go over what you discovered for this mission, Nikolai. From what you and the Commander have learned, Paradus is definitely using Unitas to perform experiments linked to collapse radiation, and the place Nikolai and the others visited was one of their test sites. What Blue Sphere was trying to activate at the end was the release mechanism that Paradus used to regulate the release of particles from the collapse crystals, a device which would allow them to control the radiation intensity within the area. And that's what I'm looking into. It's just conjecture, but we can be sure that it's related to Paradus, Monty Security, and Sex Fobin that's backing them. Leva sends over some files. We need time to recover the data on the chip. You're too big a target now. Leva, our neural clouds have logs of our encounters with Blue Spear and Monty Security, as well as what we could read from their chip. But as you know, doll neural logs are not admissible as evidence in a court of law. Whether it's laying charges on Sex Fobin or looking into the organization behind Paradus, we'll need the chip and the information on it. So there's nothing we can do now? Well, I guess you could bide your time? On the screen, Leva is constantly fiddling with the interface. Her attention is clearly on other things. You got a new mission now, Nikolai. 404 will be escorting the evidence and keeping it safe. Oh, don't make that face. I know you're not happy with this outcome, Nikolai, but 404's mission has always been to investigate Paradus's movements. So technically you haven't failed, right? I know that. I don't need you to comfort me. Then what if the Commander comforts you instead? Huh? What? Oh fine, I won't message you anymore. Both the Almo and 404 has been revealed to the unknown mastermind behind this. I'll do my best to erase all traces of your activities, but there's only so much I can do. I might be able to help a little in the green zones, but in the yellow zones where there's no government oversight, well, be careful on the road to live. Understood. Thank you for your hard work. Well, it's supposed to be a new mission, but you'll be on the Elmo, so life for you should be easy. 404 should just relax and treat it as a vacation and use the time to sort out your neural clouds. Anyway, that's all for now. Take good care of them for me, yeah, Commander? Don't worry. Leva's image vanishes from the projection monitor, and the ops room falls silent. I struggle to find something to say that can break this awkward silence. Nikolai and I haven't met in a long time, and her face looks downcast. She must have a lot to say, both about the 10 years which have passed and everything which just happened. But I don't know exactly where to begin. She stares hard at me, and finally she sighs. You got a lot of dolls in your vehicle. Yeah, you know Groza. And there were others who joined after. I'll introduce them later to you. Even after leaving Griffin's commander is still as popular as ever. We're just making a living together. In the yellow zones, there's safety in numbers. Actually, since Colleen's my employer, Does that mean 4-4 are my bosses by proxy?
へえ
Yeah?
親組織
So I'm your boss now, huh?
それなら
Works for me.
使わせていただきます
4-4 will definitely be making the most of that. Alright. Feel free to help yourself to the Devil's facilities, boss. Go ahead and pick any room you like. If you need anything, feel free to look Mainling up, and she'll order it for you. So don't hold back. Your loyal, brief Verser bounty hunter is always at your disposal.
報告書を書くから部屋をお願いでき
Then give me a room so I can write up a mission report. But you only just completed your mission, haven't you? Won't you get some rest?
あなたみたいにたるんでませんか
You think everyone's as slack as you? Oh yes, the boss is always right. Good luck, boss. Anyway, the ops room should work for that. I'll tell the others to not bother you. Oh yes, please keep an eye on the MVV while you're here.
わかりました
Okay. In the end, Kukai is the only one left in the ops room. She doesn't know. She doesn't start working right away. Instead, she sighs and looks out the window. The yellow zone at night is no different than the countless other nights she spent. Slowly, a greenish-gray mist spreads from the horizon, and she knows the dawn is coming. Operation Smoke Signal did not end in a satisfactory way. Those men who gave their lives to pass on their warning were ultimately buried in the sand they sought to protect. In that place, which was furthest from the sun, they gave their lives to illuminate the land. The choking sand swallowed by their battle cry and the truth. The world cast out those broken soldiers, and the passage of time saw it that they were forgotten. Such unfairness and injustice can be seen everywhere. Those soldiers who protected their land have even forgotten what their homes ought to look like. Kukai looks at the door Commander left through, and her thoughts turn inward. Of course, she's happy to be reunited with the Commander. Of course, she's happy that her long years of reaching out have finally been answered. However, what awaits them both is deeper and graver danger. While she believes in herself, after what she's been through, she can't be entirely certain that she'll be swallowed up by the night. But at the very least, the dawn has come. At least, she will no longer be wandering at that faraway Aphelion. In the distant horizon, the sun slowly rises. Roll credits! A moment later, a fragmented melody echoes through the ops room, the wrath of the passion it once had. I will complete your mission. After all, I'm luckier than you, because there's no way the person I found would just sit back and hide in a hole. Of this, Kukai is certain. The bits and pieces of the tomb gradually coalesce into an orderly melody, praising the ideals of old and longing for the home of today. But the sun is still here, and the land is still here. I hope the dreams in this song will leave this barren, empty land. I hope it will become the rays of daybreak that will cut through the darkness, shatter the endless night, and ignite the light of dawn. Oh, more stuff? You're a real one, Dmitry. Inside a simply furnished office, the middle-aged man in a suit is listening to Cocoon's report on the situation. Blitzkrieg successfully triggered the EMP before her body was destroyed. The contents of the chip were destroyed, and all the members of the Survey Corps have been eliminated. What about the chances that the data can be recovered? Non-existent. This technology uses the latest developments from the Stewart Group and guarantees the complete elimination of all data within the target media. According to the latest telemetry from Blue Spear, she was attacked by someone other than Hyde 404 and the Survey Corps. I can tell you right now, this is not William. The attacker's identity was unknown, but Sexton's was among them, and she did not recognize Blue Spear. Can you identify the attacker? There was nobody left by the time the cleanup forces arrived. Blue Spear's body was gone too, and they couldn't find any usable leads. However, Blue Spear's self-destruct was coupled by a neural cloud meltdown, and her access privileges were similarly determined as well, so there is no chance information about this could be leaked. Concerning Sexton's condition, it's highly likely that this unknown attacker might be related to the individuals who infiltrated the Peridot settlement at those coordinates. Then could Cocoon appear in a new CN event? Yes. Find them ASAP. Understood. Also, I am quite interested in those dolls from 404. Have you looked into them? Yes, of course. They are a small-scale armed group of dolls who manage themselves and typically accept commissions through email. Their clients range from ordinary underground brokers to major consortiums in the green and white zones, and some of their commissions even originate from the government. Their assignments this time was from the NONFO, and their stated objective was to investigate illegal PMCs in the region. So you're trying to say this was an accident? That's how it appears, at least. However, there are 2 dolls within Hive 404 who have not taken part in this field of operations for a very long time. Meanwhile, a certain NONFA official looking in the activities of the Gerard group has recently gained a bodyguard detail of 4 dolls, 2 of whom are registered with the same name as them. Cocoon recalls the doll who had once matched wits against her. It was seen that her hasty handling of the data from before had indeed left a loophole which had been exploited. At the same time, the mysterious man realizes what she's hinting at. Carrying on with your mission. Just before the middle-aged man is about to hang up, Cocoon stops him. Sir, if I may ask, how do you intend to dispose of Blue Spear? Issue her a new frame to continue handling battlefield eliminations. Sir, it seems you're being exceptionally lenient towards Blue Spear. Nobody would be harsh on a tool. Focus on your task. I will need you and your team to deliver results that will satisfy it, at least until the deadline. The middle-aged man raises his chin slightly. It seems he is displeased. Of course, sir. Have a good weekend. The transmission ends. Alright. Click. There we go. Wow, I got 8. I gotta fix that. This was good. This was really good. I think both the CN one and this one were bangers. This is definitely better than part 1. Yeah, this one was really good. Really, really strong. And also really long. This was almost as long as the CN event. Did I get Mekdi? Yes. Mekdi is your corrosion enabler. She enables corrosion teams. So if you have Kukai, you should get Mekti. Yeah, still funny racism jokes, yeah. Yeah, Paritha, Kukai, and Mekti are your core team for corrosion. And I guess the fourth one is just Flex. They should name this event Tin Can. What are your thoughts on the agreement? What about it? Do you think they have seriously enforced it? They dropped the F-bomb in the English version? Yeah, they did it a lot, actually, like a ton of F-bombs. So you're asking if they're going to enforce it? I guess it depends on what you mean by enforced. Because the big thing here is that breaking the agreement isn't just an issue for the commander, it's an issue for every single TL. So in terms of enforcing it, the UNC will go after us considering it was under NAMPA and the UNC agreement. Yeah, I think they're going to come. My line of thinking is that they are going to attack the commander, but it won't be directly towards the commander, it'll be towards other dolls. It'll be towards the Griffin T dolls, not the commander. It's not a bluff. Like I said, the agreement protected the commander as well as the dolls. Now that the agreement is broken, or not, it's not considered broken yet. But at some point, it's going to be recognized as broken, and then at that point, they're going to start attacking the Griffin T dolls, and it's going to be a major scramble. And once you attack the Griffin T dolls, the commander is going to go and try and save them, and that's when shit will start happening. Planet or Golden Melody. There is a list. I don't think either of those are on that list though. Swarrock, if you have that, you can throw that on Mekti, and that's decent enough. Yeah, feel free. There shouldn't be any blockers or link posting, so feel free. saying I just want to know what that is, because if breaking it means you have to save them anyways, you should just not care anyways. And there's safe to follow the is the confusion regarding the agreement is like, everyone, basically, are we saying that, all the dolls are gathering up with the commander, so it feels like that the contract was a bluff because the dolls are gathering up to the commander anyways? Is that what the confusion is? The thing is, they see the commander as a threat in general. And the big thing is that all of the Griffin T-Dolls are extremely loyal to him. Like, extremely loyal. I think I'm missing something here. Let me scroll up. Okay, I read up. I guess I'm still a little confused. Can they really get in his way if he has all of his dolls? The answer to that is actually yes. He is a... So let's assume he has all of his dolls. He can still get this. He can still get obliterated, especially if your NC just says fuck it and just throws everything at him. Like, we've seen it plenty of times. Like, a lot of times actually in Gross Frontline 1. Like, with the way how Paradox works and all of that. Yeah, we've always been the underdog. We have never been at a point where we've actually been on an equal footing even against SF, to be honest. Though with SF, it was a much more fair fight. But once the case TCO got involved, it was extremely lopsided. Like, the case TCO actually obliterates Griffin like 9 times out of 10. And the only reason why we tend to win against the case TCO is with a lot of luck, being smarter than the average general, because that's just how the commander works, and the AR team being badasses, and sometimes Team Defy, Task Force Defy being involved, and they're actually military grade, so they're actually way stronger than just about every T-Doll, except kind of sort of the AR team. They're still better than the AR team in terms of specs, but the AR team themselves, they have, I guess you can say, more ingenuity, I guess you can say. I don't know. They're pretty relative. But then there's Paradis, and Paradis just has a lot of bullshit. Like, just straight up. They have tons and tons of bullshit. So yeah, we've always been the underdog, and we can't just waltz in and destroy the UNSC. Even if we had all of our, basically, let's assume that we found a way to get all of Griffin back. Like, we just have the PMC magically back to how it was 10 years ago. That wouldn't be enough. We would still lose. And even if we have all of our dolls together, we would be nowhere near where we have been 10 years ago. If that's the case, why even have the agreement in the first place? Because the commander can get shit done. Like, just straight up. So, it's like AK-15 versus AK-12. By every metric, AK-15 should win that fight, hands down. But AK-12 has the skill and the battle smartness to overcome AK-15. That's how that works out. Even though the commander has less resources, not only is he fucking smart, but he is so tenacious and ambitious that he is scary. He is scary to have as an enemy. Like, there's a reason why Zelensky was like, yeah, we can destroy Griffin right now, but this guy, this commander guy, is so fucking good, I want him on my team. And then he did all this stuff in Polarized Light, and the Earl is like, yo, this guy is so good, I want him on my team. So yeah, it's basically that, like what D-Bag Johnson said. Commander is that guy. So that's why they did all that stuff to make sure that he just wouldn't get involved. Because if he had all of his resources, and he didn't agree, and he doesn't agree, by the way, with what the UNSC does, and he decides to go against them, he's a major problem. And as you see now, he's only getting stronger. He's getting more T-dolls back. And he's getting T-dolls he's never even had before. He has Sextons now. And Sexton is fucking crazy. Like, she's actually really crazy. And we have Blue Spear's body now. That's an opening to get Blue Spear too. Chikana's Commander Shepard, yeah. Do not apologize for asking questions. I am more than happy to answer any questions. Within my ability, anyways. I can't say I'll be right all the time, but I try my best. I love questions. Will put us in a fight that we can't win? Probably eventually. Eventually there's going to be a point where our luck is going to run out, I think. We don't know, Pretzels. We are very close to the point where they should be getting involved, though. If the timeline is still set in stone. We are getting very close to the point where they should be getting involved. The AU is the, I believe they call it the Antarctic Union. It's been a while since I played Reverse Collapse, but they're basically the main characters of Reverse Collapse. I'm wondering if Commander retires after events of Ghost Frontline 2. As long as William exists, the Commander will not retire. So, his only way that he'll be not around during Reverse Collapse timeline is if he's dead, in my opinion. Yeah, everyone is assuming that GRF has the commander, or is at least being is like his new home. Like, that'd be the new Griffin, and that's mainly because a lot of, or at least the T-dolls that show up in Reverse Collapse, they're part of the GRF. So it seems likely that the commander would be there if he's alive. It came to me in a dream. If he does, God help him against strikes. Well, he literally does have God on his side, so he does have the advantage. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end it here. It's 2 a.m. and I do need to sleep. So I'm gonna end it. If you guys have any questions, feel free to throw down any comments on the video or join the Discord or talk to me on Twitter. I'm fine with that too. Relationship we believe. But yeah, it was a good stream, guys. Glad y'all enjoyed it. I know I enjoyed it too. You guys